Psychological Security dan Psikologi Kepolisian menjadi ciri khas Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya. Hingga kini, belum ada satupun fakultas di universitas selain Ubhara Jaya yang memiliki ciri khas tersebut. Kekhususan di bidang Psychological Security dan Psikologi Kepolisian menjadikan Fakultas Psikologi Ubhara Jaya unggul dan terdepan. Kekhasan tersebut tidak hanya tertuang dalam perkuliahan inti prodi dan Fakultas Psikologi, namun juga tercermin dalam program Berdiri sejak tahun 2007, Fakultas Psikologi Ubhara Jaya telah meluluskan mahasiswa-mahasiswa berkualitas yang mampu beradaptasi dan menaklukkan tantangan kerja di era revolusi industri 4.0. Selain dapat mengisi sejumlah lapangan kerja seperti konsultan, motivator pelatihan atau konselor, lulusan Fakultas Psikologi Ubhara Jaya juga dapat menembus profesi khusus seperti Psychological Security Support, tenaga ahli bidang psikologi non-klinis, serta psychopreneur. Guna mendukung pencapaian lulusan berkualitas dan unggul tersebut, Fakultas Psikologi Ubhara Jaya dilengkapi dengan fasilitas laboratorium, yakni Laboratorium Psikodiagnostik dan Laboratorium Eksperimen. Tak hanya fasilitas fisik, Fakultas Psikologi Ubhara Jaya juga diperkuat dengan dosen-dosen unggulan. Keunggulan para dosen Fakultas Psikologi diakui tak hanya di skala nasional, tapi juga internasional sebagai visiting profesor di Malaysia, Jepang, India, Filipina, Bangladesh, dan banyak lainnya. Dosen Fakultas Psikologi juga terdiri dari akademisi dan praktisi, seperti psikologi klinis, psikolog industri, psikolog pendidikan yang aktif berkontribusi bagi masyarakat. Dosen mumpuni dipadukan dengan kurikulum yang selaras dengan program Merdeka Belajar, berhasil melahirkan mahasiswa-mahasiswa berprestasi. Sejumlah prestasi baik akademik maupun non-akademik sering diperoleh para mahasiswa Fakultas Psikologi. Di antaranya, Best Presenter dalam International E-Conference (KPIN) tahun 2020. Meraih juara 3 National University Debating Championship. Dan di tahun 2022, juara 3 Lomba Gulat Nasional kelas 65 kg. Fakultas Psikologi Ubhara Jaya akan terus mengembangkan kegiatan keilmuan demi terwujudnya lulusan yang mampu menerapkan keilmuannya serta turut berkontribusi pada terciptanya keamanan psikologis di tempat mereka berada.
'Cause I love you. Yeah, it's hard for me to communicate the thoughts that I hold. But tonight I'm gonna let you know. Let me tell the truth. Baby, let me tell the truth. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. You're scared to be lonely, especially in the night. I'm scared that I'll miss you. Happens every time. I don't want this feeling. I can't afford love. I try to find reason to pull us apart. It ain't working, 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk away.
Need to know what I gotta do, baby. Boy, it's so hard. And you know I can't fake it now or never. And you insinuating that you think we might be better, better me and you. Yeah, I know you do. You know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. It ain't working, 'cause you're perfect, and I know you deserve it. I can't walk away.
The time between us, it'll never change my mind. 'Cause baby, I would die for you.
I would die for you.
And baby, I would die for you.
I would die for you.
I would die for you. I would lie for you. Keep it real with you. I would kill for you, my baby. I'm just saying, yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to our information webinar. We extend our greetings to our colleagues from Jakarta and Keamanan. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to webinar ini. Good morning, everyone. In a few minutes, we will be conducting international webinar. For all participants, don't forget to use the virtual background. The virtual background is now available in the chat room. And then, dear seminar participants, please turn on your cameras and use the profile virtual background, and please change your Zoom meeting according to the appropriate format. This format is full name underscore home university. For example, Laura Octavia underscore Ubazir.
No, babe, when you and it don't
Good
change.
morning, Valentino Raihan Ganendra from Yogyakarta, Jakarta.
You would know that you are. You're the coffee that I need in the morning. You're my sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all. I just wanna see. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, oh, you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part.
Welcome participants. I want to inform you to change the display name, the name, and the start origin of the recipient. For example, Mega Video City and the start of the Jagan.
Love, it makes me feel so nice. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the Tylenol I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine of my life. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, then you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part.
Sama Ida.
Recall participants.
Best
Let
part.
me give you the beginner activity rules and preparation. First, participants must enter the room and minutes before the group starts. Second, participants must activate their cameras and use the virtual background. The virtual label has available in the chat room. Third, participants must change their display name to the name underscore origin of the institution. For example, Mega Media Stuti underscore Ubangijaya. Fourth, participants must dress politely and actually. Fifth, participants are not allowed to leave the room before the activity ends, and participants must turn off their microphones during the webinar.
Won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you?
Welcome, Alata from Winsuka.
You don't know, babe, when you hold me.
Welcome, Hasna from Winsuka.
It's the sweetest thing, and it don't change. If I had it my way, you would know that you are. You're the coffee that I need in the morning. sunshine in the brain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all. I just wanna see. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, oh, you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part.
For all participants, don't forget to use the virtual background. The virtual background is available in the chat room. And don't forget to change the display name to the name underscore origin of this decision. For example, we can use the underscore.
Wake up and then we make love. It makes me feel so nice. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the talent all I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine of my life. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, then you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, best part. If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you?
I'm still a fan even though it's salty. Hate to see you with some other, but know you happy. Hate to see you happy if I'm not the one driving. I'm so much older.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our international activity.
Tell me there's other men I ain't doing.
Welcome, Miss Agalung from UH Student Studies Jaga.
Have you know I should have mine? I might kill my ex. Not the best idea. His new girlfriend's next. How I get here? I might kill my ex. I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. I get the sense that it's a lost cause. I get the sense that you might really love her. This text gon' be evidence. This text is evidence. I try to ration with you, no murder's a crime of passion, but damn, you was out of reach. You was at the farmer's market with your perfect peach.
For all participants, don't forget to use the virtual background. The virtual background is not available in the chat room. And don't forget to change your display name to the name underscore origin of the institution. For example, make a university underscore organization.
Kill my ex, not the best idea. His new girlfriend's next. How'd I get here? I might kill my ex. I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. I did it all for love. I did it all on no drugs. I did all of this sober. I did it all for us. Oh, I did it all for love. I did all of this on no drugs. I did all of this sober.
Welcome, we Purwakakir from Keamanan University. Good morning.
Kill my ex, not the best idea. Killed his girlfriend next. Now I get here, I just killed my ex. I
Ako
still
naman ng Universitas Mercubuana.
held and alone.
Going back to the corner where I first saw you. Gonna camp in my sleeping bag, I'm not gonna move. Got some words on cardboard, got your picture in my hand, saying, if you see this girl, can you tell her where I am? Some try to hand me money, but they don't understand. I'm not broke, I'm just a broken-hearted man. I know it makes no sense, but what else can I do? And how can I move on when I'm still in love with you? 'Cause if one day you wake up and find that you're missing me, and your heart starts to wonder where on this earth I could be, thinking maybe you'll come back here to the place that beat me, and you'll see me waiting for you on the corner of the street. So I'm not moving, I'm not moving. Policeman said, son, you can't stay here. He said, someone I'm waiting for fits a day, a month, a year. Gotta stand my ground, even if it rains or snows. If she changes her mind, this is the first place she will go. 'Cause if one day you wake up and find that you're missing me, and your heart starts to wonder where on this earth I could be, thinking maybe you'll come back here to the place that beat me, and you'll see me waiting for you on the corner of the street. I'm not moving, I'm not moving, I'm not moving, I'm not moving. People talk about the guy who's waiting on a girl. Oh, there are no holes in his shoes, but a big hole in his world. Maybe I'll get famous as the man who can't be moved, and maybe you want me to, but you'll see me on the news, and you'll come running to the corner, 'cause you know it's just for you. I'm the man who can't be moved, I'm the man who can't be moved. 'Cause if one day you wake up and find that you're missing me, and your heart starts to wonder where on earth I could be, thinking maybe you'll come back here to the place that we meet, and see me waiting for you on the corner of the street. 'Cause if one day you wake
she's over in the corner. And you can't ignore her. There must be a reason.
Welcome Bapak dari Siswa DPR. Welcome Bapak Sendiri, Bapak Bersama.
Spend every day here. I don't mind. See her, she's over in the corner, and I can't ignore her. I hope there's a reason to see it. I see it now. Such the definition of afraid, and I'm sure you'll see my face. Who's gonna save me now? I hope it's you, my babe. Don't change a thing, you are amazing. I can't believe you come and save me. You can stay here, spend every day, dear. I wouldn't mind. Don't change a thing, you are amazing. I can't believe you come and save me. You can stay here, spend every day here. Oh, I don't mind. That's alright. Yeah. Aku tak menyadari kau telah menaruh hati kepadaku yang
For all participants, don't forget to use the virtual background. The virtual background is now available in the chat room. I want to inform you to change the display name to the name underscore origin of institution. For example, Mega Media Study underscore Indonesia. This webinar will be narrated by 5 speakers from Indonesia, South Korea, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, since the number of participants is quite large and the time is approaching the schedule, allow me to open our international webinar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Dr. Ustari Larasati Mangunjaya, MORG, PSY, SKSI Tolok, as the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, University of Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya. The Honorable all speakers, Professor Wichol Kim from South Korea, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Dahlan from Malaysia, Dr. Tigna Paguan Surya from Thailand, Mr. Dirk Bursma from the Netherlands, and Dr. Lestari Larasati Mangunjaya, psychologist from Indonesia. Welcome to the partner campus representative from Pajajaran University Bandung, Jenderal Ahmadiyah University Bandung, Faculty of Social Science and Humanity, Universitas Kalijaga, Ahmad Dahlan University Yogyakarta, Gajah Mada University Yogyakarta, Universitas Balikpapan Kalimantan Timur, Universitas Trunojoyo Madura, Esa Unggul University Jakarta, Islamic Riau University, University of Namensen Medan, University of Indonesia Membangun Bandung, and all rectors of University of Bayangkara Jakarta Raya, and all participants of the international webinar activities on this happy. Alhamdulillah, we express our gratitude because thanks to this great, we can gather to gain knowledge together from these extraordinary speakers. This international seminar is an event organized by Faculty of Psychology, University of Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya, with the term Psychological Safety in the Perspective of Indigenous Psychology. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mega Widyastuti, as the Master of Ceremonies at this international webinar to read out the agenda of today's event. First, opening. Second, singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Third, welcome remarks. Fourth, presentation of materials. Fifth, certificate presentation. Sixth, video presentation performance. Seventh, announcement of the best article, best methodology, and best presenter. Eighth, photo session and closing. Before we move to the next event, allow me to read the rules of the webinar this morning. First, participants must enter the room 10 minutes before the webinar starts. Second, participants must activate their cameras and use the virtual backgrounds that has been shared in the chat room. Third, participants must change their display name to the name _university. For example, Mega Widyastuti _Ubarejo. Fourth, participants must dress politely and neatly. Fifth, participants are not allowed to leave the meeting room before the activity ends. And participants must turn off their microphones during the webinar. Entering the next event, which is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Participants are expected to sit perfectly. Next, the welcome remark. The welcome remark will be delivered by the first vice dean Faculty of Psychology, University of Bayangkara, Jakarta, Dr. Erik Saututahian, to Dr. Erik Saututahian, clients on screen are welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mega. Is my voice heard? Hello, is my voice can you hear my voice? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu. Distinguished Professor, colleagues, and students, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to today's international seminars on psychological safety in the perspective of indigenous psychology. It is an honor to have all of you with us. We delve into this critical and timely topic. First and foremost, I would also like to acknowledge the leadership of Bayangkara Jakarta Raya University, particularly for LKSHI, for LPPMP. Thanks for your dedication to fostering academic collaboration and knowledge exchange is truly commendable. I would like to extend my warmest greetings and sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers, for Professor Wichol Kim, Professor Moh Dahlan, Dr. Tipnapa, Ibu Dr. Ustari, and the last, Mr. Dirk Busma. Your presence and contributions to this seminar are very valuable, and we are privileged to learn from your expertise and insight. To the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, UBJ, the esteemed members of the faculty administrative team, and all our colleagues from both with and outside Bayangkara University, thank you for your commitment to advising the study of psychology and for your participation in this seminar. Lastly, a warm welcome to all our students who have joined us today. Your enthusiasm and curiosity are the driving forces behind these academic endeavors. And we hope that this seminar will inspire you to explore new perspectives and deepen your understanding of indigenous psychology and psychological safety. As we begin our discussion, I encourage everyone to engage actively, share your thoughts, and embrace the opportunity to broaden your horizon. Together, we can contribute to the growth and development of psychology in a way that honors diverse cultural perspective and promotes a safer and more inclusive world. Once again, thank you for being here, and I wish you all productive and enlightening seminar. Selamat pagi, terima kasih.
Thank you for your comments, Erik Saututahian. Welcome to our international Professor Wichol Kim Korea. Next, the presentation of materials by the speakers will be moderated by Dr. Neti Merdiati. To Dr. Neti Merdiati, time and screen are welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mega. Good morning, all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome and thank you for attending today's webinar event with the title Psychological Safety in the Perspective of Indigenous Psychology. Your presence and active participation are essential to the success of this event. I'm Neti Merdiati, the moderator of this webinar. So, before the event begins, I will read out the lineup of speakers. For Professor Uchoy Kim, you are the first speaker. He is from South Korea. And then the second, Professor Muhammad Dahlan from Malaysia. And then the third, Dr. Tiptinapa Puan Surya from Thailand. The fourth, Mr. D. Kusma from Dutch, and then the last one, Dr. Hadi Hidayah from Indonesia. Allow me to read the rules and regulations of our webinar event as follows. When the speakers deliver the material, participants were not allowed to interrupt. The questions and answer session will be open after all speakers deliver the material. Each speaker will have dedicated 30 minutes for their presentation, which will be delivered in a sequential, organized manner. This will be followed by a 30-minute Q&A session. All participants are expected to open their cameras with the shared background during the event. This will help create a more engaging and interactive webinar experience. And dear participants, please remember to maintain a calm and respectful demeanor during the event. This will help create a conducive environment for learning and discussion. Next, I would like to invite the first speaker, Professor Uchoy Kim. Okay. Good morning, Professor Uchoy Kim. It's nice to meet you again. How are you?
Hello from Kuala Lumpur. I'm doing fine.
Oh, thank you. So, I will read a short CV or biography of Professor Uchoy Kim. Uchoy Kim, PhD, is a Professor Emeritus from March 2005 until present, and until 2024 as Professor at the School of Business Administration in Inha, University, Korea. From 1988 until 2005, he also served as a professor at the Department of Psychology at Chung-An University, and also as well as an associate professor in several countries in the world. In March 2024, he received the Presidential Citation Award from the government of Korea for his contribution to education, the highest award given to a civil citizen. In 2016, he was recognized as one of Korea's second most cited social scientists and outstanding research professor at Inha University and Chung-An University. It has reached nearly 10,000 citations for its publication with an index of 37. He has published more than 200 articles and 20 books on various topics, documenting the Sunshine Police of Presidential Kim Dae-jung, 2000, Nobel Laureate in Peace, and Democracy, Human Rights, and Islam in Modern Iran with Shirin Ebadi, 2003, Nobel Laureate in Peace. Professor Uchoy Kim has also taught as a visiting professor at various universities in China, Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, and Portland. He also lectures at various universities and institutions in the United States, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. He has also been a consultant and advisor for global companies and government agencies in the United States, Canada, France, Germany, Indonesia, Thailand, Japan, and Korea. I'm sorry, Professor Uchoy Kim, I shortened your CV because if I read all of them, this takes all of the time of this webinar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we hear about the presentation from Professor Joachim. Professor Joachim, you have 30 minutes to presentation. 5 minutes before the presentation time is over, I will let you know. And I hope the presentation can be adjusted to the presentation time. So, ladies and gentlemen, here you are, Professor Joachim from Kuala Lumpur. Please go ahead, Professor Joachim.
Thank you very much. If you can allow me to share the screen, I can present my PowerPoint.
Please.
So if the administrator can enable sharing screen. Okay. Sorry. One of the problem with Zoom, it takes longer. So thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here today. Although I was planning to be in Jakarta, I'm stuck in Kuala Lumpur. So I will try to present the indigenous and cultural perspective of the probabilistic versus deterministic view of accidents and safety. What is the difference between probabilistic? Oops. For some reason, my slide is not being controlled. It's just I'm not able to share the screen. Can you enable the sharing of the screen again? Oh, sorry. One of the problem with technology, it doesn't always work.
You need
So let me
help from
try
us?
again. Okay, let me see if sharing of the screen will work. I get a message, host disable participant from sharing screen. So, okay, here we go. Okay. Hopefully now it will work. Okay, so the difference between probabilistic versus deterministic view of accident and safety is similar to the Newtonian physics, where it predicts mechanically the certainty of the world versus the theories in quantum physics that we can only know our reality in a probabilistic manner. So the reason why I talk about this is psychology adopted the Newtonian physical models where we try to find a deterministic view in terms of biology and also in terms of cognitive processing. Whereas the probabilistic model is adopted by indigenous and cultural psychology, where we can only understand human beings and reality in a probabilistic manner. It's very similar to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. And the other analysis that we have to understand, because there has been a lot of discussion of whether it's nature or nurture, whether it's culture or your biology that determines or influences your behavior. Albert Bandura says it's neither. It's neither culture or nature, but it's human agency. Individuals have agency or the understanding of the self that they can determine how they behave and manage their environment. So these are two assumptions that we begin with. So let me just briefly review what is an accident and what are the human costs. So a brief statistic shows the accidental injury is a leading cause of death for children and adolescents in the United States. Children are more likely die from injury from all other disease combined. Around 75% of deaths for teenagers and young adults are caused by accidents. And the leading cause of death due to injury is through traffic accidents, the cars that we have invented. Every year, around 6,200 children die and more than 1.4 million are injured for traffic accidents. The financial cost is estimated to be more than $100 billion a year. Similarly, death due to injury is the leading cause of death of children. And this is also the case in Korea. In the workplace, industrial accidents are the second leading cause of preventable injuries and death, second only to traffic accidents. Nearly 5,000 employees die each year, and 4 million employees sustain injury, causing delays in work stoppages. The National Safety Council estimates the loss due to work-related injuries and fatality is around 120 billion annually. In Korea, 3,000 employees die each year, and more than 70,000 employees miss more than 4 days of work due to industrial accident. It is estimated the overall economic loss is more than 6 billion won, or around $6 billion, which is twice as work stoppage due to labor unrest and strikes. So there has been major technological advances that have significantly improved the safety devices at home, workplace, society, and new laws have been instituted to promote safety, and number and severity of accidents have not decreased in Korea in the recent year. The development of new technologies, such as the anti-lock brakes, airbags in the automobile, coupled with better maintained roads, lighting system, have not reduced the overall traffic fatalities or injuries in Korea and in other developed nations. In the workplace, computerization and mechanization of industry have reduced the direct human contacts with heavy machines and hazardous chemical, but accidental injury and death have not significantly been reduced. So in economically developed nation, the workplace is now safer than ever before. However, around 85% of industrial accidents are caused by human factors, or what you call human errors. And recent analysis indicate more than 85% of industrial accidents are caused by human factors. With scientific and technological advances, human factors are now the leading cause of industrial accident. This is especially the case in Korea, where computerization and mechanization have not reduced the overall rates and severity of industrial accident. So when I talk to engineers, why are human beings behaving irrationally? Why are they causing so many industrial accidents? And my response to them, engineers do not understand human beings. They make machines physically, but not for people. They do not understand people, so they do not make machines in which human can behave, act in a safe manner. So most engineers or engineering school do not consider human factors, and they do not build machines that is aligned with human software of the mind. It is based on physics and mechanical engineering or industrial engineering with a lack of regards to an understanding of human factors. Thus, the psychological and cultural factors remain as the key in reducing the overall rates of accidents and promoting safety in Korea and also in developing countries. So safety is a phenomena that if you act safely, nothing happens. But if you don't, then you are involved in accidents and injury. In most cases, even if we do not act safely, we don't get into accidents or we do not get injured, around 99%. Even if you don't wear your safety belt, you do not get into an accident most of the time. However, when you do get into an accident, if you do not wear a safety belt, then you will have a serious injury. So most of the time, acting safely does not influence the outcome. And as a result, people are lulled into a sense of security. And how do we explain this psychological phenomena? And the other approach is the current approach of what we call top-down, where government has laws, policies, and regulation, and they try to implement and they try to use outsourcing companies. And companies adopt safety measures and they try to train and educate through safety managers. and they discover safety increases productivity and quality. However, this top-down approach does not work because it does not consider the work environment and the mentality of employees involved. And this is the same with educational system or health system that is top-down bureaucratic. And this is also the part of the problem in psychology, which adopted traditional physical and biological models. In the traditional model, we have the SR, where independent variable is responsible for the outcome. And the subjective intervening factors are ignored, such as subjective beliefs and what they call it as the black box. So this is based on the physical model where force would cause a mass to accelerate. And according to Freudian, Hall, and Skinner, human beings are biological entities with a drive and with a biological body that would explain their behavior. But the current research in genetics and how our brain works challenge this traditional notion. So there is a hardware or human body in which 99.9% of the gene is shared by every single person in the world. Only 0.1% differentiate one human being for another. So 0.1% cannot explain the diversity of mindset and lifestyle. And human beings share 98.8% of the genes with chimpanzees and bonobo monkeys, even though we are fundamentally different from chimpanzees and bonobo monkeys, who are part of the same ape family. What is the difference is the software of the mind. We think differently, we feel differently, and we act differently. And this is a software that is responsible for our brain. So our gene, we only have around 25,000 genes, but there is a phenomena called epigenetics. For a gene to be activated, we have to have experience. It has to be unlocked based on our experiences. And our experiences change how the genes are expressed. And though you have the same genes at age of 10, what you experience in terms of diet, lifestyle, sleep, and physical health influences epigenetics. So there are many aspects that changes our genes in terms of our diet, exercise, exposure to toxic chemicals such as cigarette, drugs, and financial status and psychological state have found to show that our genes are expressed. Similar to turning on the smartphone. First, you have to turn it on. That is, you have to have the experience. And the volume control depends on how much you experience a particular positive or negative state. A leading neurobiologist, Garrett Huther, studied brain functioning and brain structure, and his conclusion, human beings, their brain is not only a biological entity, but a social construction. We are born with 100 billion brain cells, but it's constructed based on our experience. And he concludes that human beings can unfold their potential in a supportive environment where individuals can engage with one another that inspire them to contribute to society. So we are born with 100 billion brain cells, but our experience in the family, parents, and friends help us to connect. The traditional model, we believe that we are born with a fixed brain, and different part of the brain is responsible for our behavior. However, we know that this is incorrect. There is no right brain person and left brain person because our brain consists of up to 100 billion neurons and there are 100 trillion possible connections. So when we experience threat, our brain is stimulated to react. And the brain scan of a depressed person is much less activated than the not depressed. And so taking these ideas, in psychology, we define people. We define people whether they're an optimist, pessimist, or whether they have their IQs or personality. So if you define a cup as half empty, you're defined as a pessimist. And if you define it as half full, you're defined an optimist. So psychology is very good in defining, differentiating, and describing people, but they do not explain. Because what is important is to fill the cup and drink the water. Don't just describe what a person is like. What is he actually doing? And this is the concept of agency. So Albert Bandera is a leading psychologist, and he shows the self is a proactive and agentic. What does it mean? Psychological theories focus on the past, Freudian, Hall, Skinner, and Piaget. But the most important is your future. What do you want to accomplish? What do you want to be? It is proactive and it is agentic. And Bandra shows people who regard themselves as highly efficacious act, think, feel differently from those who perceive themselves as inefficacious. They produce their own future rather than simply foretell it. So we're not fortune tellers, but we create, we manage, and we organize our action to achieve the outcome that we want to achieve. So the transactional model, the most important thing is what is your intention? What is your belief? What is your goal? Is the company more interested in profit or is it more interested in safety of its employees? And I can conclude companies, 99%, focus on profit. Safety is a secondary issue. So as an individual, what is your intention? What is your goal? And so what happens in an event can influence your intention, belief, and goal. And as a result, it produces an outcome. If you have an accident, it forces you to address important lifestyle mentality issues such as wearing seatbelt or driving safely in the future. And that behavior can cause different outcome where you engage in safe practices. So Albert Bandera describes self-efficacy as a belief in your capability to organize and execute the source of action to manage a situation. So self-efficacy has two components. You have to have the belief and the skill to perform that produces an outcome. And it is created or it is acquired based on your mastery experiences. Success increases your efficacy, failure decreases it. Second is modeling. We learn mostly through observation, through modeling other people. Third is verbal persuasion, social support from other people. And fourth is understanding your affective and physiological state. And so safe efficacy is acted by an individual, but it can be influenced through feedback. I just came from Paris Olympics, Summer Olympics. Olympians and athletes learn by feedback through competition, through video, and through self-analysis or from the coaches. And secondly, they increase their self-efficacy through social support. So Bandura outlines three different levels of agency. At the individual level is personal efficacy, agency called self-efficacy. But there is a second level called proxy agency through relationship. You can get other people to help you to learn, to cook, and to manage your environment. And the third level is collective agency. You can work together at the community or a national level to affect change. And as a result, there are different types of control that it could be direct control, where Americans and Europeans prefer. That is primary control, that is acted upon the individual, or collective control by passing laws, rules, and regulation. And then there is indirect control called secondary control. In Asia, there is the emphasis on mindfulness, on praying. And this is controlling your negative emotions and understanding yourself. And religion plays a very important role. And I discovered in Indonesia, religiosity increases your self-efficacy and it increases your subjective well-being. And the third is indirect control through people. It's called proxy control. So there is not just one aspect of control, primary control, but collective control and secondary and proxy control, and that they influence our behavior. So what we need to do is create an integrated approach where policies, laws, and regulations are integrated with implementation that produces outcome in terms of productivity, safety. And companies have to focus on the employees because they are involved in safety and accident. And safety managers try to teach as we try to teach by providing lectures, but not in the real environment. And management has to understand safety is an important aspect. And if the environment is not safe, the company will not be profitable. And as a result, the quality of the products will be reduced. This is a lesson that is first learned by Toyota, in which they looked at the total manufacturing process, where they make the environment that is suitable for the employees. And by doing so, they increase productivity, increase quality, and increase safety. So safety is not an added on. It cannot be added on as an entity, but it has to be part of what you call human focused management. We have to focus on people and not so much on the products and profitability. Actually, as I said very briefly in terms of the introduction, the leading cause of accidents and injury for children are traffic accidents. Car is a modern invention, and that is posing a significant problem for young people and adolescents because their mindset, their perspective is very different. Children get into a lot of accidents because they do not have the knowledge or the perception of how fast a car is moving. Since they're walking based on an experience, they presume cars will move in the same speed. And also, children focuses on security. They like to be with their parents. They like to be with other children's. And the physical space that they have is much smaller than the other people. So when children want to cross a sidewalk, they usually hide behind the car that provides some degree of safety. And they try to cross the street. And when they see a car, they do not anticipate the speed of the car. And as a result, they get into a lot of accidents. So in a typical crosswalk in Korea, children are asked to raise their hand because they're above the line of the car. So it is visible to the driver. So children has to be taught. It is not so much whether you see a car. What is important is whether the driver can see you. And this is a difference in perspective that we need to teach children. They have to be visible to the driver. And they have to have a crosswalk where all the cars reduce the speed, usually from 50 to 30 kilometers per hour. And they need help, such as a guard who would raise the flag to show that children are crossing. And so there are many aspects that needs to be taught. So these are part of the lifestyle issues that we need to consider. And now one of the worst features that increases accident is using your cell phone while you're walking, while you're driving, while you are engaged in your work. Because if you're using your smartphone, it is as bad as drinking and driving. If you're texting in your phone, your attention span is reduced and accidents can happen in a split second. So texting or using smartphone it is as dangerous as drinking and driving. However, the modern problem is we're addicted to cars, we're addicted to cell phones, and we have to constantly check our smartphone to find a message or to be updated. And it creates new form of danger and new forms of outcome that we do not expect. So what we need to do is manage our behavior so that we are not consumed by new technology, such as cars and such as smartphone. And in each culture, there are different practices in which people do not follow the law because they don't understand what it means to be safe. So when I was driving in Jakarta, it was very difficult because in Indonesia, motorcycles do not follow traffic laws. It is very flexible. So if I want to turn left, then I have to signal that I want to turn left. And I have to drive very slowly because I cannot see the motorcycles on my left and on my right. They're buzzing. And so I have to drive slowly so the motorcycles can move around me. So this is a flexibility, a flow of traffic that allows motorcycles to drive quickly, but it creates many accidents in Indonesia. And because the road system is not prepared to take on the tremendous amount of traffic that is available. And the flexibility can pose another problem for drivers, where the other drivers cannot predict how you will behave. And so these are some of the aspects that we need to consider when we drive in a different country. And also, there is this notion, I heard many students in Indonesia, they get into an accident and they break their arm. And they say, I'm glad I only broke my arm and I did not damage my brain. So there is this belief, the positivity that may be damaging in terms of promoting safe behavior. So nowadays, in modern life, people coexist with cars. So people walk along with the traffic. There is no sidewalk. And as a result, there are a lot of accidents, traffic accidents. And many people do not wear seatbelts. And they do not put seatbelts in for the children, or they don't have child seatbelt system. And so these are some of the things that we need to understand. Accidents will happen because you cannot predict how other people will behave. And accidents are happen because road conditions are not always perfect. So what you can do is reduce the probability of being in an accident by engaging in safe practices, buying a car with an airbag, wearing seat belts, and being vigilant. But the problem is the more you drive, driving becomes automatic and you don't pay attention to signals. And as a result, you get into an accident because your brain operates in a circuit where it becomes automatic. So you have to remain alert and vigilant. And most important thing, you have to not only be educated, but have a lifestyle that promotes safety. So when I was consulting for a company, a German company called VASF, it is a leading chemical company in the world. And they have a very strong safety measures, and they promote safety as a lifestyle. It's not only a mindset, but a lifestyle that becomes part of your life. So if you're fixing your home and you fall off the ladder and you have an accident, and if you're a safety manager, you're fired because it shows that safety is not your lifestyle. So lifestyle means you have to behave safely at home, school, work, and in your life. It cannot be isolated. So safety practices has to be educated and has to become part of our lifestyle and part of our culture. In Indonesia, this is a challenge that faces because of modernization, population explosion, and environment urbanization. So safety is not no longer or not yet the main issue in companies, in schools, and at home. But as a result, there will be more accidents and injuries caused by unsafe practices and behavior. So you have to change our mentality, we have to change our lifestyle, and we have to change our environment. So we have to control and modify many aspects of the way we think and way we behave and how we relate to one another. So I believe my 30 minutes are up. So I'll end here and take questions after all the presentations are completed. And I'll be happy to share my presentation and articles that give some background to my thoughts with the audience. So thank you very much. And I look forward to the other presentations and also the questions and comments.
For your insightful presentation about indigenous and culture analysis of probabilistic versus deterministic views of accident and safety. So, participants, if you want to asking the question, please wait until all speakers' presentation. If you have any question, you can write down in the chat box, and all speaker will be answered your question in upcoming of Q&A session. I hope Professor Ujjal will remain in the Zoom webinar to join in Q&A after all the speaker finish.
I'll be here.
Okay.
Yes, I'll be here. Yes.
Very much. So we upcoming to the next speaker. This is Professor Muhammad Dahlan from Malaysia. That Professor Muhammad Dahlan will present. Well, he will be present on psychological safety at work, a Malaysian perspective. So I will read about the background of the Professor Muhammad Dahlan. Muhammad Dahlan is Dr. Haji Muhammad Dahlan. Haji Abdul Malik is a Dean of the Faculty of Islamic Studies and a professor at the Faculty of Psychology and Education, University Malaysia Sabah. He has a diverse educational background and holds a bachelor degree in Islamic knowledge and heritage or fiqh and human sciences in psychology, a master degree in industrial and organizational psychology, and a PhD in psychology, industrial and organizational psychology. He is recognized for his research interest in disaster management, job satisfaction, of professional stress, work motivation, and the psychology of religion. He has received several prestigious awards, including the Best Professor of Psychology and Education 2018 and the Education Leadership with extensive academic experience. He has held various positions, including Dean of the Faculty of Psychology and Education, and has served as a thesis examiner and editor for reputable journals. He has also contributed to international education as a visiting university lecturer at Victoria University, Melbourne, Australia, and several other universities. In addition, he is the chief editor of the journal Kitab and a reader and editor of several journals published in Malaysia and other countries. He was also appointed as a visiting lecturer at Universitas Mercu Buana, Indonesia. So, Professor Muhammad Dahlan, you have 30 minutes for presentation. So it's like before, I will give you the information 5 minutes before the presentation is over. And I hope the presentation time can be adjusted to the presentations we given to you. Is that okay? 30 minutes with your slide, Professor Muhammad Dahlan?
Inshallah. Okay, Doctor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, here you are, Professor Muhammad Dahlan from Malaysia. The time is yours, Professor.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to the Universitas Bayangkara Jakarta Raya to invite me to share the topic about the psychological safety, especially in Malaysia. First of all, I will try to share the slide. Okay, Doctor, can you see my slide?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. First of all, thank you to the Dr. Eric as a chairman of the committee, and then my friend Professor Uchu Kim from Korea, Dr. Chinapa Kwasuria from Thailand, Honorable Dean Dr. Ustari, and of course our moderator today, Dr. Neti. And my topic actually about the psychological safety at work, and I focus on the Malaysia perspective. And we can see today, as Prof. Uchu mentions about the problems, issues that facing by our society, especially for the young people, about the mental health. And of course, today, we are proud because we have the emotional intelligence and we have the psychological perspective to help us in order to live harmony. And when we talk about psychological safety, it was referred to the belief that the work environment is safe for interpersonal rights taking. And of course, when we talk about safety, it is the global issues that we have to focus on. And incorporating an indigenous psychology perspective into discussion today, we try to focus on understanding of the concept by integrating cultural, social, and spiritual elements that are often overlooked in Western models of psychology. And of course, indigenous psychological perspective emphasize the importance of community, interconnectedness, and respect for traditional knowledge, which can provide valuable insight into creating psychological safe at workplace, particularly in multicultural setting. And of course, we have to understand about the psychological safety first, because there are a lot of components of psychological safety. First of all, we try to focus on respect and inclusion, because when we talk about industrial psychology, we focus on the employees. The employees must feel respected and valued for their contribution, regardless of their backgrounds or position within the organization. And secondly, the openness of feedback is very important, because culture where constructive feedback is encouraged and received positively is essential for psychological safety. And thirdly, support for risk-taking. And finally, a non-judgmental environment, because the mistake should be seen as learning opportunities rather than failure, fostering a growth mindset within the team. And of course, our behavior today, there are a lot of factors influencing individual behavior. For example, personal factor, environmental factor, organizational factor. Those factors may affect about the safety in the workplace and our society. And today, the problem is we try to focus on social problem. Is it our society have the major problems at the workplace, for example? How about the personal problems, biological and the psychological? And there are three aspects of this focus on, for example, biology, social, and psychological perspective. And of course, when we talk about psychological factor, it is involved with our motivation, our learning process, our perception, and of course, the attitude and the belief. Those involved with the current issues in the workplace. For example, we have to focus on the manuals, how to the right place. For example, we use the computer every day. Is it we use the ergonomic perspective to make sure that we are in healthy. And then if we focus on the indigenous psychological perspective, of course, indigenous psychology is grounded in the belief system, worldview, and cultural practice of indigenous people. And it emphasizes that the importance of harmony with nature, interconnectedness among individuals and the community, and the integrations of spiritual and communal values into our daily life. And this element can significantly influence the way psychological safety is perceived and implemented in the workplace. And there are a lot of key aspects when we talk about indigenous psychological perspective. For example, cultural inclusive leader. And then we talk about multicultural society. For example, in Malaysia, we have a diverse population. Of course, Indonesia and Korea and Thailand. For Malaysia, actually, we are comprised of primary Malay, Chinese, India, and various indigenous groups. This multicultural environment brings a rich tapestry of traditions, languages, and religious practice into the workplace. And of course, cultural context in Malaysia impact on psychological safety. For example, the diversity in the workforce require a high level of cultural sensitivity and inclusivity to ensure that all employees feel respected and valued. And psychological safety in this context, for example, it is creating an environment where everyone, regardless of their ethnic or cultural background, feel comfortable expressing their views and contribution to discussions. In Malaysia, for example, we use the term USUS, US. For example, you suggest, you suffer. We have to ignore about it because we as a leader, as an employee, we have to feel comfortable expressing our views to contribute to the society. And secondly, respect for hierarchy and authority, because Malaysian society places a significant emphasis on hierarchy and respect for authority, influenced by both traditional values and the impact of Confucianism, particularly among the Chinese community, for example. Disrespect the hierarchy can sometimes create barrier to open communication, as employee may feel reluctant to speak up or challenge decisions made by the superior. And when we talk about the hierarchy, it is impact the psychological safety, because psychological safety in Malaysia workplace often requires careful navigation of the hierarchy structure. A leader must foster an environment where employees feel safe to voice their concern and idea without fear of contributions and being perceived as disrespectful. And thirdly, the integration of religious and spiritual belief, because nowadays religions play a central role in the life of many Malaysians, with Islam being the dominant religion, followed by Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity. So the religious practice and belief influence daily interaction and ethical standard in the workplace. And of course, it is impact on the safety, for example, respecting religious practice and providing accommodations such as prayer room, flexible work schedules during religious observance is essential to creating a psychological safe at workplace. So the employee should feel confidence that their religious beliefs are respected and they can express this belief without fear of discriminations of the religions. And there are a lot of example and practice in Malaysian. For example, exclusive leader in Malaysian companies. For example, the Petronas, Malaysian State Oil and Gas Company, is a prime example of how exclusive leadership can enhance psychological safety. For example, this company has implemented various programs to promote diversity and inclusion, ensuring that all employees feel their voice heard and valued. And also, Petronas company has introduced leadership training program focused on emotional intelligence and inclusive management practice. I think all the companies nowadays, they try to focus on the emotional intelligence to their workforce. A cultural sensitive program, for example, given Malaysia multicultural workforce, companies like Maybank, for example, have developed cultural sensitivity program to promote understanding and respect among employees from different backgrounds. This approach is essential in fostering psychological safety. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, Maybank, one of the big company, bankers, these initiatives can help to reduce cultural misunderstanding and foster a more inclusive and respectful workplace. And of course, for the sector safety, they have the challenges and the opportunities. First, how to balancing the hierarchical respect with openness. And then, of course, the opportunity, the training mirrors management to facilitate open dialogue can encourage more junior employees to express their ideas and concern these very challenges to the workers nowadays. And secondly, managing diversity in the workplace, because Malaysian rich cultural diversity can sometimes lead to misunderstanding or unintentional inclusion in the workplace, ensuring that psychological safety in maintaining across all cultural and ethnic groups requires ongoing effort and commitment. And of course, the challenges have the opportunity, for example, implementing policies that actively promote diversity and inclusion, such as ensuring equal opportunities for career advancement and providing cultural competency training for all employees. It can be enhanced psychological safety, for example, organizing events that celebrate various cultural festivals can foster mutual respect and understanding among employees and workers. Thirdly, the holistic approach employer well-being, for example, physical and mental health programs is very important nowadays. If we refer to the ranking, the WHO happiness index, nowadays our country, it is not really happy with the happiness ranking. And of course, the first ranking is the Finland, and the second is Denmark. We hope that our country becomes more happy today. And another company like Telecom Malaysia have implemented wellness program that include mental health support, such as counseling service and stress management workforce. And I think the management workshop is very important to the company to make sure that all the employees and workers has the good, healthy, and happiness. And of course, spiritual well-being is very important. Organizations that respect, accommodate employees' religious practice contribute to the psychological safe environment. For example, CIMB is one of the bankers group. They provide the prayer rooms. Every office, they make sure that every religion can implement their prayer. And of course, when we talk about psychology, it is not just about mental illness. It is a lot of aspects, for example, biological psychology, cognitive psychology, developmental psychology, and of course, social psychology. And how about our personality, our health, our traffic and transformation, for example. There are a lot of aspects that we have to focus on when we talk about psychological safety. And when we talk about indigenous psychological perspective in Malaysia, for example, the integrations of indigenous knowledge, because in Malaysia we have the indigenous communities such as orang asli in Peninsular Malaysia and various indigenous groups in East Malaysia, for example, Iban, Kadazan Dusun, Murut, Bajau, and we have a lot of, for example, in Sabah, we have more than 36 ethnic groups. And of course, I think in Indonesia, there are more than 200 ethnic groups. And it is impact on psychological safety because integrating this indigenous value into workplace practice can enhance psychological safety, especially in region with significant indigenous population. For example, companies operating in East Malaysia may incorporate traditional practice, such as communal decision making or respecting the natural environment into their corporate culture. And of course, the respect for elder and traditional leaders is very important because in many indigenous culture in Malaysia, elder and traditional leader hold significant authority and respect. This wisdom and experience are highly valued and their involvement in community decision is crucial. What is impact of psychological safety in the elders and traditional leader? It is, for example, in workplaces with indigenous employee, involving elders in organizational decision or advisors can enhance psychological safety. Their presence can bridge the gap between traditional value and modern workplace practice. Because now our generation Z, generation Y, this difference between them. So to make sure that to ensure the cultural practice are respected and integrated into the companies and operation. And when we talk about psychological safety, of course, there are a lot of factors. The importance of good mental health is important to focus in. And we have a organizational culture, for example, we have the civility and respect, psychological competency, requirements, protection of physical safety, the balancing, the workplace, for example. And the context of communication is very important because the employee involvement, work-life balance, health and safety, employee growth and development, employee recognition. This is involved with the communication. So the end of the day, we have the employee well-being and the organizational functioning well. And of course, when we talk about psychological safety, it is involved with the psychological hazard in the workplace. For example, job security, hours of work, personal relation, critical incident as mentioned by Prof. Uchu, technology changes, this is very important today, and the company changes. Of course, every leader, the changes of leader, of course, the company will changes the policy. And we try to focus on the safety and accountability. Where we are now, is it the comfort zone, learning zone, apathy zone, and anxiety zone? And of course, as a psychologist, we try to make sure that how to choose the right color, make sure that our life, because the color is reflect to the emotions. For example, red affect the body, blue affect the mind, yellow affect the self-confidence, and green affect the balance between mind, body, and emotion. Of course, if we refer to the brand company, for example, Red Bull, Amazon, Oral-B, for example, Mont Blanc use the black color. This is the exclusive color, for example. And we have, for example, the psychological harassment in the workplace, very crucial today. So the misconduct usually occur in the form of verbal comments, gestures, or actions that affect the targeted person, for example. So the harassment in workplace we have to focus on. And according to Harvard Business School professor, for example, Professor Amy mentions about the psychological safety is a belief that one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, question, concern, or mistake. And everyone is improving and becoming less stressed at work when we understand about the importance of psychological safety. And of course, we have a positive psychology in the workplace. Positive psychology focus on attention away from the more negative aspect of work environments such as violence, stress, burnout, and job insecurity. So we have to focus on make sure that we can manage the stress for our employee, and they have the higher motivation. So this can be facilitated by psychologists and HR team that specifically focus on creating this type of environment, the positive psychology, through the employee training and support initiative. And then what is psychology healthy workplace? Of course, psychology healthy workplace are more the work environments that consistently facilitate a culture where workers feel safe, value, and productive. And then the important one is social psychology in the workplace. Very important to make sure that we can handle the psychological safety at workplace. And of course, the first and the best victory is to conquer ourselves, because ourselves is very important. When we cannot control people, we have to control ourselves before we make sure that the people can accept our idea, for example. And of course, we have to know, to understand who are we now. And then as psychologists, there are different people, different ideas. For example, this image, most people say these are two people, maybe a cup of coffee, for example. And the excellent workers, they can manage the self-concept, body image, identity, role performance, and self-esteem. Nowadays, what we read about the technology take away, the technology control our life. For example, the children can manipulate us, use the handphone. So as a father, as a mother, we have to make sure that we understand better about the technology. Because technology take over, I think every people's now not read the paper to the paper, but read the newspaper via laptop, for example. And when we talk about the technology, the safety, psychology safety, it of course involved with smartphone addiction. As Prof. Ucho said, the technology control ourselves. For example, one of the study mentions that 30% during meal with others, we use the smartphone. Believe or not, during while lying in bed, 55% we use the phone, 38% while using the bathroom, and driving 25%, and of course the public transport, 57% respondents use the phone, and during the service at the mosque, at the house of worship, also use the phone. And 38% of college students cannot go 10 minutes without checking their email, tablet, and smartphone. I think not the challenge, the college student, ourselves also, I think this is a challenge to us to not use the phone within 10 minutes. So it is the problems in digital academic now today. We have to make sure that the technology is not control us. Either believe or not, it is not affect the ethnic group. It is the global issues. And then as conclusion, I think that we have 5 minutes. The psychological safety in Malaysian workplace is deeply influenced by the country's cultural diversity, respect for the hierarchy and integration of religious and indigenous value. Creating a psychological safe environment requires an understanding of this cultural context and the commitment to inclusive and respectful practice. And of course, by adapting inclusive leadership style, promoting cultural sensitivity, and respecting the holistic well-being of employees, Malaysia and other countries, for example, can foster a workplace where psychological safety is prioritized. This not only enhance employee satisfaction and productivity, but also contribute to a more harmonious and innovative work environment. So in comparative indigenous psychology perspective further enriches the understanding of psychological safety, ensuring that it is relevant and respectful of Malaysian diversity cultural landscape. So as Malaysian companies continue to navigate the complexity of a globalized world, the principle of psychological safety grounded in local cultural value will be ensured for their success. I think that's all, Dr. Neti, for sharing my slide today. Thank you very much.
That's Professor Muhammad Dahlan. It's a very exciting presentation about psychological safety in the workplace in Malaysia. So please stay on the Zoom during Q&A session, the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, we go to the third speaker. She is from Thailand, Dr. Keamanan Surya. She is Associate Dean, Head of Business Psychology from Thailand. So I will read a little bit about the biography of Dr. Keamanan. Has a bachelor degree in communication arts from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and a master and a doctoral degree in applied social psychology from the School of Behavior and Organizational Sciences, Claremont Graduate University, USA. She currently teaches course on research methodology, social psychology, and organization development of the Department of Psychology, Chulalongkorn University. She has a research area about basic and applied social psychology, and also in organizational psychology and leadership. And also, she has many awards and honors. In 2009, as SDO's Dean Merit Pairs Fellowship, awarded by the School of Behavior and Organizational Sciences, Claremont Graduate University. In 2006, Raja Somkok, sorry if I wrong spell, and Roman Fan Award for Research Work, awarded by Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, for the most outstanding master thesis of the year. So, Dr. So I'm sorry, afraid to misspell. Dr. Keamanan, are you in this room? Are you ready to displace it? Okay.
Hi.
Okay. Thank you to join with us this morning. I know you are very busy, and this is a very opportunity to us that you can join with us in this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Keamanan from Thailand. Time is yours, it's about 30 minutes.
All right. สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on this event. I'm so excited to share my idea and my perspective and a little bit of work that I have done in Thailand. Let me share my slide first. Hold on. Okay. Slide, let me show. Uh-oh. Okay. Can you see the slides? Okay. Good morning again. So thanks so much for the kind introduction. I think it's I feel fortunate to participate in this program on psychological safety because I am really passionate about this topic. I also translate. I also translate the book by Amy Edmondson. She's the researchers in the United States who proposed this idea, and I translate her book into Thai. So I feel excited that when I got invited to be part of this event to share the idea about psychosocial safety with our colleagues from ASEAN countries. All right. So what is psychosocial safety? I think the speaker who in the previous session might have described this idea. So basically, psychosocial safety is the belief of the people who believe that the work environment is safe for them. So the work by Edmondson, she worked mostly in workplace, right? So the definition of psychological safety is usually related to work group or team. So it's the environment that is safe for people in the group to take risk in interpersonal interaction. So they feel safe to speak up, to share their idea, even though they are not sure about that idea yet, and they are not concerned about being punished or retaliate if they say something that might be negative, but it's honest idea, and maybe negative feedback is something that people need to give in organizations so that people can improve. And if you don't feel safe, then people try to avoid like giving bad news to people, to other people, or hiding their weaknesses, or if they don't understand something, they are afraid of speaking up, or if they have concern about something, they're reluctant to speak up, and that causes a lot of problems to the organization and to the team that they work for. If we can build a more psychologically safe workplace, that will really help the team and the organization to thrive and to be more productive. And I want to share a little bit about the trends of psychological safety. It's really popular, becoming really popular nowadays. This is the trends in Google Scholars, the search result. If you search for the term psychological safety right now, I think it will be even more than this. So in 2020, The search result for this term is like more than 7,000 articles or a piece of article. And in the academic area, so people also interested in psychological safety. A lot of research has been done since Edmondson proposed this idea in 1999. A lot of paper that cite that original article by Amy Edmondson has increased significantly. And also, it's also a popular concept among general population, like lay people are also interested in psychosocial safety. The word has been mentioned in a lot of popular media, TV, social media, things like that. So I think to me, it's really important concept because for a team to work, to collaborate and be productive, I think it's really important. And this is the way to measure psychosocial safety. The way to study psychosocial safety, you can either do qualitative method or quantitative method. So qualitative method, you can do an interview with people in the organization, or share a hypothetical scenario and see how they would react, how they would respond, and based on their answers, you can analyze for like whether or not they feel safe. Let's say if they feel like, okay, there's something wrong in the production process, will you report that to your boss? And if a lot of people in your team or in organization say that, no, I'm not gonna say anything, I don't want to risk like being retaliated by someone who like taking care of that process, things like that, and that shows that they don't feel safe in their team or in the environment. And there's also the 7-item measures. And I think if you are interested in psychosocial safety, you might have seen these 7 items. I think it shows like what actually be measured by this when you say psychosocial safety, right? If you make mistake, you feel that it's going to be held against you. Someone will like backstabbing you using that information, things like that. Do you feel part of the team? Do you feel that someone is going to retaliate if you do something wrong? Or would you be laughed at if you propose something that is weird or different, right? So okay, so in general, psychosocial safety has been linked to high performance in organization. Like a lot of the paper are from the Western, but more and more paper are coming out of other country other than the US or Canada. For example, like there are like paper from Taiwan who also observe the relationship between psychological safety and performance. And I think another research project that make this term popular is the Google project Aristotle, where they try to identify factors that make the team, right? They want to distinguish between productive team and unproductive team. What are the factors that distinguish these two? And they compare like a lot of things like education background, hobbies, friend, personality traits, like so many things. But what they found, the most important thing, the factors that is the most predictive of team productivity is psychological safety. And that's the number one on the list, alongside with the other 4, like dependability of the team members, structure and clarity, meaning and impact. Like when the team feel that their team member will be responsible for what they are assigned to do, their structure and clarity on what they need to do in the team. They feel that what they are doing has some impact. It has a meaning. Yeah, it has a meaningful it has meaning to them, and they believe that what they do has impact on other people or the society. But in order for the other the other four to thrive, I mean, psychosocial safety is like the number one on the list. You must have that first, right? So I think that's what makes psychosocial safety very popular in both the academia and also with general population. And in addition to performance, psychosocial safety also related to employee engagement. It can predict employee engagement. So in addition to working the performance of the work, like they work well, they have more productivity, they are also more happy. So to have they feel that they are in a safe space. It's a safe space to work, to relate it to their team member. They feel more engaged at work, feel engaged with the organization. And engaged employee is the ingredients of higher performance and higher loyalty, lower turnover rate, right? They have better mental health, and that's reduce the cost of like the healthcare or something like that, right? So that's the result of psychosocial safety. And psychosocial safety is also found to be a moderator of different things. Like if you have a team that work like remotely, right? They are not together as a team, like they're not coming into the office and work together. They maybe scatter all around the world. But if they have psychological safety, they won't have problem with collaboration, even though they are so far away. They don't see each other every day, right? And for the team that have conflict, usually when you have conflict, it's usually reduce the performance of the team, right? But if your team has psychosocial safety, the conflict can be positive thing, because the conflict is not about like, I hate you, that's why I scold at you, or I'm gonna destroy your effort or things like that. But it's a good conflict, meaning that it's a constructive conflict, meaning that people can voice their idea, and even though it's contradict with each other, they don't have problem of like, okay, I'm not afraid of voicing this idea, which is different from my friends, because I feel safe in this team. And having a lot of idea is the important ingredients of being innovative, creative, right? So yeah, you can put conflict into good use if you have psychosocial safety. Whereas if you don't have psychosocial safety, conflict can lead to poor performance. All right. And again, with diversity, with the workplace nowadays, and I think not just in the workplace, but in the community, in every country nowadays, it's globalization going on everywhere. You meet people of different race, gender, age group, right? So there are diversities everywhere. And to make people feel safe when interacting with people who are different than themselves is also important, because they can, if you have to work with people from different countries, and you feel safe working with them, right? Or the company can create a safe environment, then it will increase when you have diversity, that means they have different perspective, and if they feel safe enough, they can share that different perspective that come from different country, from different age group, and you will benefit from that if you can make them feel psychologically safe, right? And so those are the basic information about psychosocial safety, and what I found very, very fascinating about this concept. So I did some research in Thailand. All right, so localize the idea a little bit, where I study behavioral people in Thailand. Starting with this is the work that I've done with my students. So they have an idea of okay, job crafting is the idea that if you allow people to be creative about how they work, how they design the work that they are doing, they might change the process a little bit or adding this feature to the job. They will be more, they will be happier about their work, and they will be more motivated to work. So, so we think people who do job crafting, that's the behavior that we want people to do. People who have growth mindset will be more likely to do job crafting, because people with growth mindset are people who like, okay, I can improve, I can do better than what I'm doing today, right? I can improve my ability, my intelligence every day. And the process of that is that they with growth mindset, they have what we call psychosocial empowerment. They feel empowered. They feel that they can do it. They have the power to do it, right? And that leads to job crafting. And we think that the environment that they work in, they have to, if they will be willing to do the job crafting, they also have to be in the environment that have psychological safety. If they don't feel safe, that okay, I want to change that, I want to tweak the setting of my work a little bit, then they won't engage in job crafting, right? So I think psychological safety would be the moderator that increase the likelihood of if they feel safe, we will see the relationship between growth mindset and job crafting. But if they don't feel safe, they might not do it, right? So yeah, so what we found is that so as we expected, growth mindset predicts psychological empowerment, right? People who have growth mindset tend to feel empowered. They think they have the power or the ability to do some changes in the organization, and that leads to more job crafting, right? The pink line right here, 0.19 and 0.56, and then the psychological safety itself also predict higher psychological empowerment. When they feel safe, they feel more empowered, and they also, that there's a weak but significant relationship here where psychological safety predicts job crafting. And the interaction between psychological safety and growth mindset. That means if you have, it's negative here, meaning that if you have higher psychological safety, there's less, the relationship between growth mindset and psychological empowerment is weaker. And that means if you have you can build the environment that have psychosocial safety, and even though people who don't have growth mindset might start to think about, hey, I might be able to do that. Right? So that's the idea of the moderating effect or the interaction effect here, right? So the more safe you feel, it doesn't matter whether you have growth or fixed mindset, right? You will still like thinking about, oh, I can do that. It's possible because it's safe to try new things. But if you have low psychological safety, you don't feel safe, it takes courage. It takes like your personal characteristic to get up and do something, right? So I think psychological safety, this study is, we collect data with general population and people who are in the workplace. So what we found here can tell us that in our workplace, if you can create psychological safety in your workplace, it will help people, even though they have they don't have high growth mindset, they will be able to express themselves and feel empowered to do something to improve their work process. And I think that's really important. And this is the data in Thailand. So we found that it has an effect in Thailand. All right. And another study that I did that involved psychosocial safety. Now it's related to like the way to improve psychosocial safety and employee resilience. My student, this is the senior project of the undergrad student. They came to me and I think it's during the beginning of COVID-19, and they heard a lot of people saying the word resilience. Like resilience is really important in the world that had a lot of change, things like that. So they are interested in employee resilience, how to increase the ability of the employees to like stand up after they fail, if they face the obstacle or it's a challenging time, right? They face failure or has a very challenging time during the COVID-19, how to keep them resilient, like stand up and get back to work and don't just like stay there and like feel hopeless. Okay, so that's the goal. We wanted to predict like what will create employee resilience. And the student came up with the idea that, okay, leader is a really important person. It's a key person. If you have leaders that show empowering, the characteristic of empowering leaders, so the leaders that encourage their employees to try new thing, has the autonomy to do thing, give them like allow them to make decisions, that will increase employee resilience because they feel empowered. They feel that the leaders is will back has a backup from the leader, right? The leader will support them or encourage them to do stuff, even though they fail. They know that the leader would encourage them to move on, to go on. And we think that the
Sorry to interrupt you. It's 5 minutes from now. We still have time for 5 minutes from now.
So how long do I have left? Sorry.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I have 30 minutes total. Okay. So yeah, so psychosocial safety is the key that is a key process that will translate the behavior of the leader and create the safe space for employees to be able to like, okay, I will get up even though I fail. I think it's okay. Nobody are gonna blame me, so I would get up and improve my performance. So I think I'm gonna cut it short for now. So this is and we found support for the idea, right? With some of the moderating effect, but it's okay. I'm gonna skip that. Okay, and so I think there's a paper that just came out by Edmondson, and she reviewed like the progress of the psychosocial safety research, right? She looked at 185 studies that had done on psychosocial safety and other other concept. And yeah, there's a lot of interesting concept or topics that are related with psychosocial safety. And mostly leadership and performance, culture, climate, creativity, learning, communication, collaboration, right? So these are the topics that are related to psychosocial safety. And this is the chair of this. If you see the country right here, you see that a lot of work are now starting to come from country other than the United States, from Asia, from Europe. So I think we are now getting more and more information about what is happening in other countries in terms of the concept. I think I'm going to skip that, and I think this is the end of the presentation. I think my thought on the idea of how do we indigenize psychosocial safety? It's the import idea. We import the idea from the Western literature, but I think we can find a unique topic, the topic that is unique to our society. For example, like in ASEAN country where religion community is really important part of our life. So probably the topic and the setting of this research can be something that's unique and show like what is like the indigenous about some indigenous aspect of psychosocial safety. Yeah, and we can also find different factors that have significant impact on psychosocial safety, and that can be different from country to country and from our region. We might have unique factors, or the same factor that can have like different weight on psychosocial safety, and probably different moderator, like our like let's say, for example, like power distance in the Western country and in our ASEAN countries, we might have like different level of power distance. And how can you create psychosocial safety in a country that have higher power distance? You might need different way to create that or to understand that. So I think that's the future direction if we were to translate psychosocial safety, which we import from the Western world, and make it indigenous psychology in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, please stay on under Zoom webinar to join the Q&A after our speaker to finish the presentation. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also invited a professional consultant and trainer from Netherlands to complete our presentation today. He is Mr. Dirk Boerma. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. Who was present in our serum today. Thank you, Father Boerma, to accepting our invitation. And he will be presentation with the title Psychological Safety in Netherlands. So, Mr. De Boerma, you have 30 minutes to presentation. 5 minutes before time is up, I will give you the information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. This time I have to speak in English in Indonesia. It's a little bit difficult because I'm used to speaking Indonesia in Indonesia. But I will try to do it in English. I want to talk about psychological safety in the Netherlands. I do not refer a lot to research, just refer to my own observations on psychological safety in the Netherlands, which is recently becoming very popular in the Netherlands, especially because of the work of Indigenous, which is already mentioned a few times this morning. I will first mention a few things, or a little bit evidence which makes clear that psychological safety is very important. In 2013, there was a video from Martin Bromley, a British pilot who talked about the death of his wife. His wife died in a medical operation in a hospital where the doctors didn't communicate with each other and also did not listen to the nurses who were looking at the operation and who knew how his wife could be saved. That video had a big impact on me and made clear again how important psychological safety is and what happens if there is no psychological safety. What happens if people do not communicate in another way. Another incident was the death of Arthur Gottlieb. He was the employee of the Dutch Authority for Healthcare. He saw a lot of things going wrong in the Dutch Authority for Healthcare, and he tried to tell that to the people above him, to his managers and the leaders in that authority. And he was not listened at. On the other hand, they tried to get rid of him. And they tried to bully him. And finally, he committed suicide because of that. There is a book written about his committing suicide and the things that happened before that suicide. But it was very clear that not being psychological safe made him commit suicide. And the last incident I want to mention is the Dutch child benefits fraud, which until today has a big impact in Dutch society. And that again has a lot to do with psychological safety. The people who were the government employees who had to pay benefits to people who are looking for childcare, try to find fraud in the people who ask for that benefits. And they focused on people with foreign background, especially people from Morocco and Turkey. They were focused on, and they were saying they cheated. They cheated. And whatever happened to prove that those fraud claims were wrong, they still got fines. They even lose their children. They were taken away from them. They were put in child care centers because they were said not being able to arrange for their children well. All those things made very clear to me that psychological is so terribly important, that it's important that people can speak up, that people can tell what they find, and that they are listened to. Until today, this Dutch child benefits fraud is very actual, and in Dutch Parliament, there are still a lot of people talking about it. The government is getting questions about it, and the problem is also that it takes a long time to restore the situation for these parents. After 2015, Amy Edmondson became a rising star in the Netherlands. She is a kind of celebrity. If she comes to the Netherlands, which she does by times, and she speaks in the Netherlands, tickets are sold for very high prices because everyone wants to hear about the research of Amy Edmondson. And we already heard about her this morning, the importance of her book, The Fearless Organization, and the research she did, does and did. Psychological safety, the popularity of psychological safety also becomes very clear in what someone calls the Canary Club. A professor of neurobiology, Jeroen Hendricks from the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands, started the Canary Club. And the canary is in the Netherlands. I think it's also happens in other countries. The canary is a bird which is very sensitive for poisoned gases. The canary was always brought into the coal mine, deep into the coal mine, and then people saw that the canary was getting unwell. They had to be very quick out of the mine. The canary was a bird that gives the sign it's not safe. This professor of neuroradiology from the University of Utrecht created the Canary Club, a club to talk about the work of Amy Edmondson and psychological safety. He does that in his free time, and people are invited to join that club for free. We gather once a month, and then we talk together about the work of Amy Edmondson and the impact of the work of Amy Edmondson for our own work in our own organization. I think that's a very clear sign how important people in the Netherlands think psychological safety is. Another thing I want to mention is the work of Professor Peggy de Prince of the Antwerp Management School. She recently publishes a book, The Dark Side. In that book, she presents her research on what is said and done in companies and which is not known by the management in their companies. And she says a lot is not done by the management. People talk about things and the managers don't hear. And she says that's very dangerous. Managers should hear that, should try to find out what the employees are saying and what the employees are telling. The book is based on surveys and interviews in a lot of companies. She recorded a lot of things which are discussed between employees, which never reach the managers and which, if known by the management, could have improved the performance of the company in a very important way. We've heard that before this morning, but there's a very important role for managers in changing the situation, in creating psychological safety. And not only managers, also governmental important people, parliament people, ministers, majors in the cities. They also focus on creating psychological safety, to make it possible for people to tell what they think, to tell what they see. But there's a big problem, says psychiatrist Michael McAbee. He says that in 2004, where he warns for the dangers of many top-level managers who have narcissistic traits. And people with narcissistic traits want to hear that they are good, want to hear that they do everything well, and they don't like to be critical. Manfred Vries, a Dutch professor from India, says the same as McAbee. He also says that a lot of top managers have narcissistic traits, which makes it very difficult for them to hear that they are doing wrong things. They don't want to be critical. They only want to hear that they are doing very well. That makes it clear that top managers should be involved in growing psychological safety. And that's what I try to do in the Netherlands. Another thing I want to mention is the whistleblowers regulation. In the Netherlands, we have now the whistleblowers regulation in place. A whistleblower means people who are telling that it's not good in their company. They are complaining about managers, they are complaining about the policy of a company or the way the policy is practiced. But that man I mentioned earlier, this talk, he was also protected by a whistleblowers regulation. But unless that regulation is in place, he committed suicide because he was still bullied from left and right and from everywhere. So whistleblowers regulation is nice, but it's not enough. There has to be more. There has to be, and that's also mentioned before already, there has to be a culture or a climate in the company and in the country perhaps where people know that they can tell what they want to tell. They can say what they want to say. Yeah, and with this I think I have said the most important things I wanted to tell at this moment about.
Thank you very much.
Psychological safety.
Thank you very much for that question. But Pak Pusma, I apologize that I haven't read your biography. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. De Pusma graduated as master from Andragologie University of Groningen of Amsterdam, specializing in community development. And he has experience as a professional consultant and expertise from 1975 to 2002 as a language social skills trainer in Eidel, Netherlands, aluminium company, as a trainer change management agent at PT Pos Negara, Netherlands, as manager people development PT Pos Netherlands, as manager development national training centrum PT Pos, expert staff of GKJ and GKI, Central Java Cadre Education Institution in Yogyakarta, head of HRD of PT Pos in Netherlands, HRD PT Telkom in Bandung, Senior Manager HR Telkomsel, Expert Management Development Head of ICE KPN in Netherlands, and also he has restaurant owner in Netherlands. So from 2006 until now, he's owner, trainer, and also executive coach at Center for Excellent Leadership in Netherlands. Okay. Is that okay?
Thank you very much.
Dear participants, we have the last but not the least, our speakers from Indonesia. She is our dean, Ibu Bustari, and I read a little bit about your biography, Ibu Bustari Mangunjaya. Is that correct? Mangunjaya. Without we. Dr. Bustari L. Mangunjaya, psychologist. She is associate professor in Barajaya and in University of Indonesia. She is a doctor in majoring in psychology and change management, and she also postgraduate in organization development or taught at University de Manila and graduate diploma on strategic HRMD at University de Manila also. The career expertise of our speakers, she is, well, is too many. I think I choose one of them. A counselor and the head of social welfare program of refugee Galang Island, and also assistant to the director social cultural affairs group, the Asian Secretariat Jakarta, team committee remuneration and the supervisory board at the Telkom. And she has the certification for the main organizational and HRM certification, certified by national PNSP and international SHRM. Okay, dear participant, here you are, our last speaker, Ibu Bustari Mangunjaya.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Neti, for introducing me correctly. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is the what is it? The earth, not the earth. Yeah. Being the last one. Yeah. The last speaker, so I can also referring to the previous speaker as well. So, good afternoon, Professor Wirjal King, Profesor Muhammad Dahlan, Dr. Tibnaka, Bapak Dik Busma, as well as all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and my student. Yeah, I would like to talk about the psychological safety, as well as about the change leadership. Specifically in the Japanese culture. Okay, may I, what is it? May I share screen? Okay, anybody see it? Okay. This is about me a little bit. Okay. I will read some of the issue, yeah, regarding the psychological safety. Maybe some of you have heard about this issue. Oh, I'm afraid to discuss about this with my superior. I'm afraid if I give some ideas and my superior will not agree and even mad with me. Oh, this is just a waste of time. My followers do not know anything. Yeah. Why I always be the one to be picked upon when I give different opinion with others? And one said, for me, I'd rather wait for my leader to give me instructions rather than I give my ideas and opinions. Those are expressing about the law of psychological safety. Yeah. Okay, I think we heard about the Fearless Organization, about Amy Edmondson many times. Just a little bit repeating what she said. The concept of psychological safety is to believe of one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes, and the team also is safe for personal risk taking. So those issues previously said that mentioning about feeling of afraid, yeah, of speaking up with ideas, questions. Okay. Well, I try to discuss about the psychological safety also with the terminology of the ego states. Maybe anybody remember about this? That people usually when they're having relationship with others, they have the parent ego, they have the adult ego, and they have the child ego state. And usually, if the low psychological safety, usually the transaction is more between the superior as parents to child or child to parent because he or she is kind of afraid, and just wait for the instruction from her or his superior. Okay. However, the healthy transaction, it should be for adult to adult. Okay, so this kind of concept were developed, with I think Thomas Harris, that the concept "I'm okay, you are okay," In this regard, they said that self-perception is divided by four. I am okay, I am, and you are not okay. So means that this person is more arrogant, feeling that I am okay than you are. So I can have the giving instruction and so on. Yeah. The other way around, I am not okay and you are okay. What is it? I'm not okay and you are okay. Means that the person itself feeling that they are having a low psychological safety, they're afraid to talk, they're afraid to speak up. Yeah. And the other one is I am, and you're not okay. And I am okay and you are okay. It's supposed to be, the healthy relationship is I am okay and you are. Okay. Now we're talking about change leadership. I conduct research for 3 years. Yeah. It has been found that during the change, the leader, should have a role of a change leadership that consists of 3 roles. One is pioneer, which is a visionary, the one who got the vision of where the organization will lead to go. The second kind is implementer, as is the one who leads and directs the people to achieve the objective of organizational change. And the third one is being a coach, mean that as a coach, that he or she will listen to others, accompany them, and giving feedback, as well as being a role model. And talking about indigenous, finding the culture itself, it seems that here, when we talk about it seems that Indonesia itself, Yeah, I conduct the from 17 regions from Aceh to Papua. Yeah, it shows that see, yeah, Indonesia, yeah, Indonesia in general, yeah, here is they prefer to have a leader, change leader as a coach, yeah, number one, and to become the implementer, and secondly is pioneer. The interesting things and see it here between Semarang, Surakarta, Yogyakarta, and Surabaya. Yeah, you'll see in here. Yeah, Semarang and Surabaya, Japanese people, they are still following Japanese tradition in general, but they are more assertive, living not under the rule of a king or a kingdom, and they have a future orientation. Meanwhile, yeah, for Surakarta and Yogyakarta, yeah, they are more submissive, they're not assertive, and so they try to wait for the instruction, yeah, from the king or the kingdom. So we can see in here that the implementer is the highest, yeah, compared to the other part of the Java island. Yeah, so even though all in the central Java, but and East Java, Surabaya, but we have different finding. Yeah. Yeah. Now, when we talk about what is the intervention to develop the psychological safety, yeah. There are 4 ways leaders can build psychological safety at work. First, they should be a role model in how to handle the value. Last week, yeah, I conduct the workshop with Pak Pusma, yeah, and I talked to the participants that there is a company, the director of the company, yeah, have what you call it, have a culture of value culture. Means that every employee, yeah, has the right to make a mistake, yeah, but not, yeah, the second time to make mistake, yeah, in the same method. But for the first time, fine. Yeah, they don't have to be afraid to make a mistake. And guess what? The result of it, yeah, the company won the competition of bedah rumah, yeah, and they got so many contracts, yeah, to do that because they create the innovation. Yeah, the employee doesn't have to be afraid to speak up. Yeah. Secondly, and leaders can build psychological safety, they have to evaluate the current leadership styles. Yeah, which is like maybe like my research, yeah, said that the coach, yeah, the coaching type, yeah, it's more preferred, yeah, rather than the implementer one. Yeah? So self-reflection and avoid blaming and negative language. Do not use that kind of negative language, but it's more using the positive one. Include your team in small and big decisions. Why? Because people will feel that they if they are involved and they will be more engaged. Okay. Secondly, yeah, I would like to recommend. I would like to recommend, yeah, developing the caring organization. Yeah. First, work setting. Building a cozy, healthy, environmental friendly office design. So people will feel that, oh, okay, I'm accepted in here. Yeah, I'm not just anybody. Secondly, developing superior and subordinate relationship, a harmonious relationship, as a good communication between them. Yeah. And how about policies? Policies of work-life balances, flexible policies, where reward and punishment, yeah, and also developing the organizational climate, establishing conducive work climate, open communication, and effective team. Yeah. As well as we have to make a good teamwork. And like my previous presentation, we have to understand the culture. Yeah, when we try to live in Java compared to live in Papua maybe or in Makassar, it's different. Yeah, strengthening personality characteristic. Yeah, doing the training, the workshop, the coaching, mentoring, counseling, upskilling, reskilling. It's also will strengthen the psychological safety. Yeah. Be aware of the employee needs, self-esteem. Everybody needs, yeah, to be recognized. Everybody needs to be appreciated. Yeah. Social need, actualization needs. As a leader, you should, yeah, give this opportunity for the your followers, yeah, and subordinates. And last but not least, if, yeah, there is you can find that there may be your subordinate needs some counseling as well as assistant program, we also can develop it. Okay, I will close my presentation by quoting Robert Butler. He said, psychological safety is the key to creating a work where people can be confident enough to act without undue fear of being ridiculed, punished, or fired, and be humble enough to live down what is believed in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Study. So that was a discussion of knowledge and extraordinary experience from our speakers today. Now we will enter a question and answer session with the speakers. This question and answer session can be to participants who have questions or want to ask for advice or opinions. Therefore, please press the raise hand button or write the question in the Zoom chat column with the format, the name, major, and question to whom. So you can also ask directly by opening the camera and introduce yourself and to whom you asking for. Please make sure the questions are stated briefly, concisely, and clearly. So I would like to, is there any, yeah, I can see it. Can you minimize my picture so I can see who's to raise the hand to ask the question? Okay, yeah, can you help me? Who's going to ask first in this room? So anyone to ask? Okay, maybe my student want to ask. I call to Putri Octaviani. Is there any Putri Octaviani here? Are you present here?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, and then Ginda. So you can open your mic and ask directly to whom you're going to ask for your question.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name Putri from Faculty of Psychology.
Are you already unmute your speaker?
Yes, he already unmute
Okay,
microphone.
please go ahead.
Okay. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name Putri from Faculty of Psychology, University of Bayangkara. I would like to ask Prof. Uchol Kim. And then question is, what is physical model in the context of human behavior? Thank you.
Okay, to Professor Choi Kim. Hold for a while, Professor Choi Kim. And then Linda.
So thank you very much. As I briefly mentioned,
Okay, go.
Okay, so as I briefly mentioned, there are two basic paradigms. One that is based on the physical and biological model, and we know this from Piaget, Freud, Hall, and the other model is what I call indigenous and psychological model that focuses on people in context. So indigenous means context. Americans are indigenous to their context. Modern life is indigenous. Second is content. We have to look at the content of human consciousness. And this is was ignored by American psychology that got rid of human consciousness. And this was proposed by William James and Wilhelm Wundt. But consciousness is what happens within internally, your thoughts, your feelings, and your intentions. And Bandura was able to conceptualize it as a human agency and measure it through self-efficacy, relational efficacy, and collective efficacy. So it is one thing to believe, but how do you put your belief into action? So most psychological theory looked at beliefs, value, attitudes, but their prediction on specific behavior is very low, what we call correlation of 0.3. But we have to look at skills that people possess to put their belief into action. And this is measured by self-efficacy. So having psychological variables correlated with other psychological variables is what we call tautology. They're simple correlation, and they do not explain the psychological mechanism in which belief is actually put into action. And this is why Bandura's model is effective. And this is why we have to look at cultural belief, spiritual belief, religious belief, and how that is put into action. So safety is one of the things people value, and people seek safety. But once you seek safety, then you remain in your safe location. And so it can be antithesis to entrepreneurship in terms of creating change. So how do you create change and maintain safety at the same time? And this is a dilemma that we need to explore because individuals, especially children, are curious. They want to change and they want to learn. But adults tell them the rules, regulation. I just been to Germany and there's so many rules and so many regulation. It drives me crazy. I come to Indonesia and Malaysia, there's so much flexibility. It drives me crazy. Okay. People in Indonesia are very flexible. So we need a balance between rule governed behavior and flexibility and entrepreneurship. But the biggest problem nowadays are the government institution and organizations and organizations and companies that are profit focused, and organizations are not at all people focused. So we can talk about safety, we can talk about trust, but organizations that are focused on making as much profit as possible will not focus on people, will not focus on safety, and will not focus on teams. So they will say they are people focused, but I consulted for many companies in Asia, Samsung, Germany, BSF, US, Pfizer, Stryker, and they're not focused on people because economic models, management models are focused strictly on profit. So psychologists, we can suggest we need to focus on people, but still they're very resistant and the leaders are resistant to change. and they want to control and manage people and not invest in people. And so this is a paradigm shift that we need, because every company is focused on artificial intelligence, on technology, to make more profit. But once we focus on technology, we're moving away from people and people's lives. So modern life, we have a lot of accidents because of technology that has been introduced. And the biggest accidents that will be caused is the generative AI. It would cause tremendous amount of confusion. So if we don't understand human intelligence and we make it artificial, doesn't make it better. Of course, it will create new realities that is once removed in understanding what human being is. So there is a bias against religion, faith, and especially Islam. And this is an ideological war that I'm opposed, because religions provide spirituality, sense of control, and sense of well-being. So we have to include it and understand it, but not be dogmatic about religions and treating Muslims as terrorists, which is not the case, okay? And treating religion as irrelevant. And this is what psychologists have done. And psychological theories deny the importance of spirituality and religion. And we know now through neurobiology, this is not the case. So one of the things that we need to do is look at the basic assumptions that psychology adopted, basic assumptions of Western theories that are individually biased, and empirical results that refuse these basic assumptions. So we need to understand psychology and not just import Western psychology. Of course, there are a lot of things we can learn, but we have to understand the assumptions behind the theory. And so this is what we need to do. As academics, we have to think for ourselves, and we have to ask, is it relevant in Indonesia? Is it relevant to Thailand? And is it applicable? Does it work? And I guarantee most theories fall apart very quickly once you collect data. So theory is a guiding light, but if it's taking in the wrong direction, you will be confused. And it has been my experience. Most Asians are confused because they're not Americans and they have adopted American theory. So we have to look at theories very carefully. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Professor Ultrakin. So we have another question from Baroka. Can you open your camera and unmute your speaker so you can ask directly to the speaker to whom you asking?
Okay. Good afternoon or good morning. I don't know what time in Thailand. So, thank you, Bu Neti, for giving me opportunity in this conference. So here I have a question for Prophet Muhammad Dahlan. This is about the awareness and application safety psychology in organization. We know that we have a different level of awareness and application of safety psychology in organization in Malaysia and Indonesia. So the question is, what is different between Indonesia and Malaysia about the awareness of application safety psychology in organization? Okay, that's all. Thank you, Buneti.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Tripnatan.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Akbar, for the question. I think when we talk about psychology at workplace, I think this not different actually. It is the same pattern in Indonesia and Malaysia, since we have the same values of the. Even though some aspect we have a different with the culture, for example, but in case of the psychological at workplace, it is the same pattern. We have the culture of the organization, as Ms. Akbar mentioned earlier. The important is how we can manage ourselves and our employee in order to make sure that the safety, the psychology safety, as Prof. Uchu mentions about the psychology aspect, about the religious, spiritual. So I think it is better for us now to make the globalizations of the what kinds of issues that facing by our employees. So I think no difference between Malaysia and Indonesia, except maybe the culture that we have to understand, particularly in the culture. Since in Malaysia we have not more than 36 ethnic, but I think in Indonesia more than 200 ethnic. So the largest ethnic in Indonesia, of course, we have to make sure that we have the standardized of the pattern in the workplace. I think that's all, Dr. Neti. Thank you, Akbar, for the question.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Dahlan, for your answer. So we have another question for our lecture in Parajaya to Mr. Bushma. This is the question from Dr. Eric Tahean. He asked about how do people in the Netherlands express psychological safety, or is this question also for the other speakers as well? So maybe Mr. Bushma can ask this question, and also Professor Uri Choyokin and Professor Muhammad Dahlan, you can join to answer this question. I think this question is related with your presentation before. So to Mr. Bushma, yes, please.
Thank you very much for the question about how people in the Netherlands express psychological safety. I think in the Netherlands people are very open about a lot of things. They are usually talking very easily about the things they are concerned about. And that also means that they just talk about psychological safety. They just mention the word, and they also often mention the name of amendments. And they ask and they require that there will be done research on psychological safety in organizations or in parts of organizations. I think that's also what happens in the Netherlands if they talk about psychological safety. That's all I can answer about this question.
So could be Professor Uchol or Professor Muhammad Dahlan, you can add the answer from Pak Bushma with this question. I think related with your presentation before.
Yes, I'll go next. In Korea, safety is concerned in terms of relationship. People that you know, people take care of you, and you trust people, the family and relationship. And I also found in Indonesia, safety is basically focused on caring and sharing. People who care, people who share, are the people you feel secure. And so in some way, they are related. But one difference between Indonesia and Korea is the sense of community. There's a very strong sense of community. If you go to traditional villages, you have the sign, welcome to our village. And also in Islam, there's a concept of Ummah, where the constitution of Medina was created by Prophet Muhammad, where the community of believers share with one another. So I participated in the Idul, I forgot the last month, celebration where people share and people communicate. So religions, community, and relationship provide a psychological safety. And in Korea, religion and community no longer exist because it's super modern. It's mainly relationship that provides the psychological safety.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, Professor Muhammad Dahlan.
Yep, I agree, totally agree with Prof. Uchu, because I think the important is how to integrate psychological principles to manage the technology safety. So I think most of the organization create a more secure productivity and mentality at workplace. And as community-based, for example, the spiritual is very important, how to communicate with each other. And I think the holistic approach supposed to implement in our country. So I think that's all. There's global issues nowadays. The technologies control our work, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dahlan. So we have another question from Tamimi, Sarpina Tamimi. You can open your camera and unmute your speaker, and to whom you're asking for.
Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Safina Tamimi. I have a question for Dr. Tipnapa Huan Surya. The question is, what are the factors that can influence an individual to feel psychologically safe in an organization according to research findings? Thank you.
Very good question. Yes, please, Dr. Tipnapa.
Hi, thank you for the questions. So based on research that I've done and my colleagues and I and my student and also from research that we have read in the literature, I think the most important factor is behavior of the leader, because especially in the country that has high power distance. So power distance is when there's a power structure where you have to obey what the older or the person who has higher power than you say, right? So it's very difficult for people in those culture to feel safe to say something, because they are afraid that it might not be the leader or the people who has higher power would, if it doesn't feel good to them, they will have there will be negative consequences to them. So I think leaders' behavior would be the most important thing. So there are several things that leaders can do. First of all, leaders has to listen, so open for opinion from people who are like at the lower level in the organization or in the community, even like in the family, right? So if you are adults in the family, if you open and listen to what your child has to say, if you're a leader in an organization, you open for your employees, like listen to what they say. Sometimes people don't have courage to like speak up by themselves. Leaders or adults can start like initiate the conversation by asking them. So I think that will welcome and they will feel more comfortable like sharing their opinion. And another thing is that we found in the literature is being transparent. So being the leader has to be the model of being transparent, express your idea clearly, and do things that is transparent. Other people can understand why you make decision that way, so that they know how to like respond, or they know what to expect if they display show their idea or express their idea. This is how the leader would react, and you show that to everyone that okay, it's okay, and I'm gonna listen to you. I'm not gonna retaliate on what you say. So if you display this behavior, that will help improve psychological safety in your team, in your organization, and in your family or community.
Thank you, Dr. Tipnapa. So we have another question in the chat box from Hainida Ramadan from Universitas Mercubuana. So Hainida, you can open your camera and ask directly to Mr. Bushman. Or are you willing to me to read your question? Hainida? Okay, I read the question. So this is from Hainida from Mercubuana University to Mr. Bushman. She said that I'm interested in your discussion regarding the importance of psychological safety. She said that with psychological security, someone will have the courage to speak up, so it can reduce stress level because someone who can say what they say. Her question is, how can someone express what they want to say regarding problems that occur in the company if there is no psychological safety in the organization? I think this question is related with Ms. Ibu Stari also. You can ask this. So, but firstly, to Pak Bushman to answer this question, please.
Thank you very much for the question. I think what usually happens if people are not able to speak up to the top levels in their company is that they start to discuss it with their other employees, with the other employees, and there are starting to be rumors in the company. I think that's what usually happens. And nothing will be done with the things they see and the things they perceive. That's what I think. I don't know what Ibu Stadi thinks.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Busma. I just want to add that although in Indonesia in general or in Javanese, yeah, specifically, we can say that we are not assertive enough, that we tend to be passive. We don't want to speak up because we know that when we speak up, especially if we are different than others with the opinion, and they will, we are afraid that they will do the talking, gossiping, yeah, as well as even bullying. So in this regard, the leader should try to start developing the open communication, yeah, open communication, and try to create a very safety culture, very conducive, and giving report means report in here, not only about money, but say that, oh, okay, that's a very good opinion, that's a very good idea. So even the leader during the meeting itself, that maybe can ask each one of the participants to talk to, yeah, and make sure that everybody listen, and everybody please do not give what is it, a judging, yeah, a judgment first, and then just listen and give some reinforcement to them to talk about their opinions, yeah, their ideas, and so on.
Okay, there are a lot of questions here, so I will ask another one who already raised hand to Sania. Sania, you can open your camera and unmute your speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sania from Faculty of Psychology, University of Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya. And I would like to ask Prof. Muhammad Dahlan. And the question is, earlier when the professor explained about the psychology safety in Malaysia, I wanted to ask and curious about the difference in between indigenous psychology approach and safety psychology in the content of organization in another country, such as in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah. To whom? To Professor Muhammad Dahlan or Dr. Tipnata Tanya? Both.
Professor Muhammad Dahlan, ma'am.
Okay. So, okay. Please, Professor Muhammad Dahlan.
Tanya, this is important question actually. When we talk about culture, of course, when we talk indigenous psychology, it refers to the culture, to the what our own belief about the psychology aspect. We not refer totally to the Western, for example. So when we talk about indigenous, so we try to cope with the certain organization it is suitable with us. For example, we have the culture in the organization, but still we have the policy, the standardized policy, and we have to refer to the standardized internationally, for example. But even though, as we mentioned earlier, it is very important to have the understanding of the purpose in indigenous psychology. For example, if we talk about organization in psychology, we focus on ergonomic, for example. So ergonomic factor, it is standardized in organization. For example, how related human being with the machine, for example. So of course, there are different ways to interpret about the culture, but of course, I think we have the standardized the policy. So I think Indonesia, Malaysia, Korea, we have one purpose to make sure that the workers, we have the psychological well-being for the workers. So I think that's normal. We will talk about the standardized in the organization. Thank you, Sania, for your question.
Thank you for your answer, Professor Muhammad Tata. So I have another question for Professor Ucoil. This question from Patol from UIN Madura. I don't know he or she. I think Patol is he. He once asked for Ucoil Kim. He said that what's your theory about religious and tradition in society? Is this your interest, Professor Ucoil?
Yes, I can answer that question. I make the distinction between religion and faith. Religion is something that human beings created in terms of rules and rituals and also the structure. Faith is what you believe in. So we need to separate religion from faith. As there are Sunnis and Shiite, they believe in same God, same Islam, but the religion is different. And as a result, it can create conflicts. So if you look at faith, there are many similarities in Christianity, Islam, Jewish, and even Buddhist and Hindus. So this is what we call spirituality. And this is something that we have ignored, but we are now discovering that it can lead to happiness, well-being, and reduction of stress, such as praying and meditation. So spirituality is being involved in your faith, in praying, in fasting, and in celebrating with people who have similar belief system. So we have to understand, like culture or religion, it can become prison. You can be imprisoned by the leaders and authorities who provide structure and direction. But religion is different from faith. Faith is liberating. It includes the search of faith, of the truth, like the Islamic Renaissance that provided the basis of Western Renaissance in terms of mathematics, philosophy. And so we have to move away from the imprisoning aspect of religion, that where authorities or leaders tell you there's just one Islam, there's just one Christianity. But this is different from the basic teaching that we are searching for truth and we need to share and care about people around us, and we need to create peace. So religions can provide structure, but it can be imprisoning. Safety is the same thing. It can provide structure, but it can be imprisoning in terms of a mindset and lifestyle. We need to be open and explore other possibilities. So we need to reach a balance in terms of structure, security, but security can be imprisoning also because it restricts openness and meeting new people and trying to explore new possibilities. So we need to balance the two. Of course, with faith, we need some structure and we need some religious guidance. But this can be very misleading because there are terrible leaders, political, religious, and even educational. So in Islam, the concept of rationality or ijtihad is very important. And Western rationality actually comes from Islam, from philosophers such as Avicenna, who influenced Thomas Aquinas, who influenced Western rationality. So if you look at very carefully, rationality was heralded by Greek philosopher, then advanced by Muslim philosopher, and advanced by Western Renaissance. So Islam has a very strong rationality tradition that has been ignored, that can be very liberating. So those are the aspects that we need to consider and we need to understand. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your answer, Professor Kim. So we have another question from our lecturer, Mr. Rizal Abdullah to Ajam Napa. Would you please, Pak Rizal, to open your mic and your camera to us directly to Dr. Ajan Tapa. I'm sorry if I'm wrong to spell your name. Please.
Thank you very much to Miss Matthew Moriarty. And in the second time we meet to Ajahn Napa, I want to ask you about Indigenous psychology in Thailand. I'm very interested in what the horizontal psychology and Indigenous psychology, the special issue in social psychology like intergroup bias, group passiveness, and what the research you have done, what are the specific issues related to Indigenous psychology in Thailand? That's all.
Okay. So in Thailand, to answer the questions, in Thailand we have some unique concept. It's a unique characteristic of Thai people called. It's the term in Thai. It's called Greng Jai, and it means that Thai people. This is the characteristic of Thai people that we don't want to bother or cause troubles to other people. Yeah, this is, I think it's a unique, usually used as an example of the term or the unique concept that found in Thailand, but not in any other culture. And I think for psychological safety, because we have these characters of being Greng Jai, not want to bother others, it makes it difficult for Thai people to ask for help. Being psychologically safe is that it allows you to ask for help, but because of our unique characteristic of Greng Jai, it's difficult to I don't want to bother them, so I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, even though I'm doing it wrong, right? So don't want to show other people, and also don't want to bother them or show them that I cannot do it. Maybe you don't want to let your team member or your leader, the team leader, to know that I don't understand. I don't know how to do it, but I'm Greng Jai. I don't want to bother them, don't want to keep asking. And that's the opposite of psychological safety, I would say. So I think in Thailand, if we were to explore the unique or the indigenous idea that is related to psychological safety, I think Greng Jai is one thing that stood out for me right now.
Thank you, Dr. Tripnata. And I think Mr. Rizal is your prospective student for PhD. I hope Mr. Rizal can join in Chulalongkorn as the student there. I hope. Okay, we have another question from I think from Nadia. Yes, Nadia Rohima. And after Nadia Rohima, Mutiara Salsabila. So for the first two, Nadia Rohima, you can open your camera and unmute your speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nadia from Faculty of Psychology, University Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya. I would like to ask Dr. Rustari Mangunjaya, and the question is, what is the role of change leaders in creating a psychologically safe work environment in Japanese culture? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Please, Ibu Rustari.
Okay, thank you very much, Nadia, for the question. I think I have already answered some of that, but regarding the role of the change leader, it says that there is a pioneer, implementer, and coach. In this regard, in creating the psychological safety, I think we can even use they're preferring more the role of coach, yeah, but still that we can ask and we can empower them, because usually, why they mute?
No, can go on.
Okay. Yeah. When the leader are trying to act as a coach, usually they will listen to, yeah, they will ask questions, empower them, yeah, especially during the change, when they feel that they're hopeless, they cannot do anything, but they're afraid of saying that something bothering them. Yeah. So in this case, as a change leader, yeah, especially doing the role of coach, they have to empower them, yeah, motivating them and inspiring them to speak up. Thank you.
Starting. So for the next question, can open your camera also. Yes, Nadia. It's Nadia. Nadia, we can open your camera. Have you already? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Waiting for Mutiara to open camera. So I will read the question in the chat room. This is the question from Hentia from Faculty of Psychology, Universitas S. Unggul. This question to Professor Ujol Kim and Dr. Ajar. She said she found that whole personality of Indonesia employee influence of psychological safety, and this is have negative impact. Is there any suggestion of research framework that I can use for explaining the dynamics between variables? Please, Dr. Ujol and Dr. Ajahn.
Okay. The basic problem is not the personality of individuals in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand. The biggest problem is corruption. Leaders are corrupt and incompetent. Not only in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. I work with many companies, but also Korea, Japan, and China. As I mentioned before in the presentation, you need to be transparent. Leader has to be rational, and leader have to show a clear future, and it has to be people-based. But companies in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Korea are not. They're like authoritarian army leaders who give command and control, and most employees do not understand what the leader wants, the direction, because corruption is rampant. And with corruption, it's like cancer. You cannot have a healthy organization. And so this is a problem that most companies, most societies are not able to deal with. And it's mainly with leadership. This is the same thing in France and Germany. Corruption and incompetence is rampant. And they live and operate above the law. So how do we just have a discussion where we talk about personalities and individuals? I found that Indonesia, they're very trusting, caring, and sharing. And if you give them opportunity, they work very hard. But the problem is a lot of the faculty members and professors are not caring and sharing, and they do not teach, and they're not involved with the students. And they just mimic Western psychological theories that are not relevant, and they're not useful for them. So as the presentations said today, in order to create environment of safety, you have to show that you care and you're willing to share the knowledge, and you are willing to acknowledge your weaknesses and to show genuine concern for the students and people around you. And this is not what I found in faculties and universities in Asia and companies, because we are rule-driven and we are bureaucracy-driven. So this is something we need to rethink. Are we caring and sharing academically and in organization? In my assessment, the answer is no. It is top-down. It is military command and control. It's a Catholic Church bureaucracy. And so the bureaucracy and command and control model pervades all companies, most companies, and most institutions, including educational institutions. It is very outdated. It's very dysfunctional, but it still operates. So for employees to feel caring and sharing, they feel they need to be respected. So there is a major shift that is happening in Korea. For example, in companies like Samsung, where the young educated population no longer look up to their boss because it doesn't make sense. So they talk to other colleagues or young employees in other different departments, and they share information and they support one another. So the reason why they want to work for Samsung, not because of the branding or pay, but because a lot of young employees that they can meet and share information. So Gen Zs are creating a new revolution, very educated, digitally connected, and very sophisticated. And they don't trust the existing media, existing organization. So they share information and they work together. And so they are creating something unique in Korea. And I see this in different countries where the young generation no longer trusts the authority, or what we call baby boomers, someone like me, because we tend to be very authoritarian and very bureaucratic. So they're creating their own psychological networks. And I see wonderful changes that is possible. But the current generation, the leaders, are unaware of this quiet revolution that is emerging underneath the surface. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your answer. Okay, Dr. Keamanan.
Yes, for me, I understand that you want some suggestion of the research framework in order to study like whether the personality of people would affect psychosocial safety in organization. So I come from a social psychology background. So I usually look at a phenomenon of behavior from two sides of the equation. Like you have people and you have organization or the environment. So I totally agree with Dr. Kim on that. Sometimes it's not the problem with the personality of the people, but it's the environment that is not safe. There's no trust in the organization as authoritarian leaders who they control you with fears instead of the feeling of safety, right? They motivate you using fear of punishment, of negative consequences. So I would say that if you were to start a research and looking at the effects of the personality, I would say that I would suggest that you list the factors that are like, okay, this is the personality that you think has the impact. These are the factors in the environment that can also cause the negative effects on psychosocial safety. So if you put these kind of people in the organization, that would create the environment that is toxic or things like that. And I look at both of the types of the factors. Sometimes you might find that, okay, these negative people with like negative personality that you think would cause decrease in psychosocial safety, if they are put in a new environment where the leader supports them, they encourage them to express their opinion, and they actually chose that, okay, it's really okay to fail, they might change. Like it might be that they might have negative personality because they are in the toxic environment, and that's the way to survive. So I would suggest that if you try, like, okay, create different environment and then see if that's the problem with the personality or it's the problem with the environment. That would be interesting. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer. So this is the last question for the participant from Catherine from Bayangkara University. She wants to ask to all speakers, in the context of power relations, how can those serve as a tool to strengthen or weaken psychological safety, given that some individuals prefer the structure provided by laws while others prefer greater freedom? Thank you. So I think I can ask first to Bushman. You can answer first with this question.
I see. Thank you for the question. And I really see that people are always searching for law solutions. But they never work, I think. There's more to the law solution. There's also kind of change in culture needed. And we talk a lot about that this morning. And it means that there has to be influence from people higher up in society who can try to make a change culture.
Yes.
I think that's necessary.
Okay.
We need political leaders who are aware of this problem and who try to change the culture in society.
Thank you very much. So could be Professor Muhammad Dahlan, you can answer this question also.
Yes, thank you. I just add, actually, our responsibility actually to security safety involved with the some step, for example, it is involved whether the workplace, school, community, for example, it is involved with the responsibility ourselves. So the important, as I mentioned earlier, the communication skill is very important as a leader to make sure that our generation understands about the psychological safety. And we try to relate with the question before about the law, for example. We have the policy to control our belief, our strength, in order to make sure that the spiritual to meet psychological well-being and the safety in the workplace is very important. So the important is the holistic approach is very important to make sure that our community, our society, at workplace can accept the target, make sure that we have the psychological well-being at workplace. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. So maybe Ibu Wustari, you can add this answer.
Okay. I just want to add what Mr. Bushman said. We're not talking about laws that we want to develop about the psychological safety. What we can do is we develop the culture of the organization, and this is the role of the leader as well. Yeah, the leader has to develop to make it the team very conducive, to make it everybody will feel free to talk to without any laws enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe from Dr. Tiknapa Wansuya, you can answer this question also.
Yeah, I think for law to be a tools that help foster psychological safety, I think first of all, the law must be fair in terms of you have to listen to what people think before you create that law. Let's say if it's the environment that people can join in and participate in the creating of the law. For example, it's the policy in the company, for example, or at the country level, then you have to like let people participate in the process of drafting the law or something like that. So if the law is created by the people, I mean, the people has chance or opportunity to participate in voicing their concern, voicing that what they want the rules to be, and everybody understand the same rule and stick to the same rule. I think law can be tools that help foster psychological safety, because if and law enforcement also, yeah, if you have the rules and the laws and you know what are the behavior that are expected, it's transparent, and you see that it has been enforced like equally to everyone, then I think that's the people think it's the fair environment, and they know what to expect. They know that what they can do and what they cannot do, and I think it will make it easier for them, especially if the law is created by it went through participation from the people who the law will be enforced. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. How about the opinion from Professor Ochoa about this question?
So the question that I object the most is objectivity, that we adopted in physics, chemistry, biology, but unfortunately in psychology too. We treat people as an object, and we collect data, we conduct experiments. And this, I believe, is horrendous in terms of denying the subjectivity and the basic humanity in the people we study. And so we want to treat people with respect and dignity. I just come from Europe, from Paris, from France and Germany, and also Austria. And I'm very happy to return to Southeast Asia. I'm in Kuala Lumpur. I look forward to going to Bangkok in 2 weeks and also Indonesia. People are wonderful here. They take care of you. They smile at you. And I feel good. In Europe, people are very abusive. They're very rule governed, especially in Germany. And so I'd rather be in Southeast Asia. I don't want to be in Korea because it is very postmodern, very technological. So we have to understand what is important, what is valuable. So I think there's so much value in Southeast Asia we can learn from. But what I'm very concerned about right now is everybody's listening to K-pop and watching K-drama. You should visit Korea and realize reality is very different. And there's so many social problems in Korea, Japan, and China, and also in Europe. It was created after World War II. It is very bureaucratic and very social class oriented. So I think we have an opportunity in Southeast Asia to understand and appreciate your own culture. And one thing that I find common is caring and sharing. Southeast Asians are very caring about other people and they're sharing. But I cannot say the same thing about the political and business leaders. They're very authoritarian and very bureaucratic. So as a professor, I cannot pronounce your name, from Thailand has said, we need to reach out and begin to start a dialogue and listen to one another. And through this dialogue, we need to conduct research and tell leaders, this is what we want. This is what we value. And I'm participating in the International Panel on Social Progress. We have serious problem in the environment. I've been to Europe. It's a nightmare. It's hotter than Southeast Asia. Korea is experiencing 40 degrees temperature. Our environment is collapsing. Our society, governance is having a lot of problems. And so we need to address this issue and we need to engage young people, who is the most educated and most sophisticated population. So we need to engage, we need to discuss what kind of future do you want? Is it just safety? Is it also creativity? But I believe it's through engagement that we can create and solve the ideological war that is happening in social media and media. There's so much distrust, anger, and so much disengagement. So I would like to start a dialogue in terms of what we value. What does our culture possess? Rather than being consumers of K-pop or Western music, can Southeast Asian become leaders, create and share to the world? What is the value and meaning, caring and sharing? And how do we create a society together where everyone is respected? Because the beauty of Southeast Asia is cultural diversity. There's so much diversity, so much wealth, and we can tap into this and solve many of the world's problems. So I would like to encourage students in Southeast Asia. What is important to you? And how do you develop this? And how do you export the caring and sharing culture within your own country and also to Europe? I think Europe needs a medicine of caring and sharing, and also East Asia. So there is so much value and so much goodness in Southeast Asia. I hope that you can continue to develop this from your own and cultural and indigenous point perspective. So thank you very much for your questions and allowing us to participate and have this dialogue. And so we hope that we can meet in person, because I hate Zoom, but I hope that we can meet in person and share all these ideas together. So thank you very much for the organizers, moderators, and the invited speakers who contributed to a wonderful session. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But all speakers, we have still has 40 minutes. So we have still two person who want to ask. And then I'm sorry, I said before that the question is the last, but still we have a time for answer these two questions. First from Ahmad Dahlan University, Fahmi Motaya. You can open your camera, and also next from Mutiara from Bayangkara, you can open your camera also. You can ask directly to the speakers. Please, to Fahmi Motaya.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Fahmi Mutia Akbar, psychology student from University Ahmad Dahlan University. I have a question. Do traditional practices in the indigenous community play a role in creating or maintaining psychological safety? And how does this role compare to modern intervention? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So another one from Mutiara, you can open your camera also. Yeah,
Okay,
Mutiara, please.
Okay, firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Mutiara Sadila from Bayangkara University. I have a question for Dr. Bustari. The question is, how is the concept of psychological safety applied in organizations that follow Japanese tradition? Thank you.
Thank you. So Fahmi Mutaya, are you asking to whom? To Professor Ucholkin or Professor Ahmad Dahlan? And Muhammad Dahlan, I'm sorry. I think from both of them. Okay. So,
I think
yes, please. Okay. So I'll invite Professor Muhammad Dahlan and Professor Ucholkin, and then the next Professor Ibu Sari to answer the question. So Professor Muhammad Dahlan, can you answer the question from Fahmi Motaya? Fahmi Motia.
Okay, thank you, Fahmi, for the question. I think to answer the question, it is back to the definitions of psychology, actually. We have the scientific study of human behavior and mental process. So when we talk about mental process and human behavior, the value is very important, value of the human beings. So when we talk about value of human being, I think if we practice practical in the organization, based on the law, based on the philosophy of the organization, I think we can make sure that the psychological safety at workplace can handle and can help us in order to make sure that the productivity of the human being in the organization is achieve the target. So the point is the value of human being is very important. So that's why the psychological aspect is very important. As mentioned by Prof. Kim, for example, the important is our generations. How to make sure that our generation believe to make sure believe of the importance of human being. So the value of human being is very important to make sure that we can achieve the target. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So how about Professor Cholkin? According to this question.
Tradition is very important because if you ask, who am I? You have to ask, where do you come from? You have to look toward the past. And cultures have memory, and we have memory also. The way our parents raise us, the value we learn is very important. And at the same time, where do you want to go? What is your future? And so these are two questions that you ask in terms of the past and tradition. Future, of course, it includes technology. And so one of the things that I'm discovering is I'm a Korean, I'm a Christian, and I'm discovering Islam in terms of the spirituality. And so I've been in Indonesia for 1 month, in Yogyakarta, Jakarta to Bandung. And now I'm discovering Sundanese culture, and I'm discovering that is very different from Japanese culture. And so I thought Sundanese and Japanese were the same. They look the same, they act the same, but there's a fundamental difference. there is no sex difference in Sundanese students, where we get sex differences in Javanese. And so Sundanese are different because it's more egalitarian. And in culture, we say 2% difference makes all the difference, okay? And so we need to discover our culture, not only through experience, but through research. And we need to respect the difference between Sundanese and Javanese, and also between religions. So I'm discovering the positive aspect of Islam in terms of spirituality and religiosity. And we have structural equational modeling where religiosity increases your self-efficacy, your confidence in yourself, which increases your well-being and your flourishing. So these are what we can discover through research. And that's why research is important. And so we have to discover our own culture, because that is the basis of who we are. And that is the basis of our creativity. Where do we want to go? So I've been learning about Sundanese inheritance culture, Islamic inheritance culture, and I'm discovering that in Hadith, in order for a woman to go to heaven, she has to take care of his husband, and the son has to take care of his mother, which is wonderful because a lot of elderly are put in old folks' home, nursing home when they're old, whereas in traditional Islam, people are taken care of, especially your parents when they're old. So this is a tradition that I think is very important, because most people in Europe and Korea die alone in a hospital when they're very old. And so this is something that I believe is important and should continue. And so this is a wonderful aspect that I discovered. And I hope that Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand will not become like Korea, modernized, where parents are left alone to die by themselves in a hospital, where children take care of the parents, and the importance of maintaining the relationship and spirituality is still very important. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much for your answer. So, Ibu Wustari, you can answer the question from Tiara.
Okay, I think I just want to answer it very quickly. Yeah, although in Japanese, what is it? Organization, yeah, they follow the tradition. I think we still can develop this psychological safety, but the way to put it, yeah, not in very much directly with physical reinforcement, but you do it more, what you call it, nicely, and put it in such a way that people get feeling hurt, yeah, when somebody speak up their own opinion, right? Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all speakers. I will try to conclude this webinar based on the material presented by Professor Ujol Kim, Professor Muhammad Dahlan, Dr. Nata, and then Mr. Ishma, and also Dr. Lustari. So, a safe and supportive environment is crucial for individuals to express themselves and contribute to their full potential freely. This can be achieved by promoting psychological safety, understanding and respecting cultural backgrounds, and fostering open communication, and also additionally integrating local cultural value. And addressing hierarchy while encouraging collaboration can further enhance working atmosphere. By prioritizing psychological safety, organization can reduce accidents, improve safety, and enhance overall individual and collective well-being and performance. Thank you for discussing the material presented to us this afternoon. I'm sorry for the unanswered question. I trust the information from the speakers shared this afternoon was interesting and valuable to all of us, and your attention and engagement were very greatly appreciated. As we near the end of this webinar, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for generously sharing their time and knowledge. Hopefully, you will always be healthy and can meet on another occasion. Thank you very much. I would like also to thank to all participants who have attended and actively asked questions. And thank you also to the committee for organizing this event. To all speakers, please stay tuned. The committee will soon issue a symbolic certificate. And I, Neti Merdiati, resign and return to the webinar to the MC. Mega.
Okay, thank you all speakers, Professor Rachel Kim, Professor Mantuan, Dr. Keamanan Surya, Mr. Pusma, and Dr. Mustahil Mujaya. For your material, the material is very interesting. We hope the materials can be applied for our work and maybe also for the interview. And then thank you, Dr. Neti for moderating this call activity so that this becomes very interesting. The next event is the awarding of certificates of speakers. The first certificate is given to Professor Rachel Kim from South Korea. The certificate will be presented by Dr. Alex as the representative of the company. For Professor Rachel and Dr. Eric, screen.
Okay, thank you, MC, for awarding to Professor Rachel Kim. This certificate is presented to Professor Rachel Kim as a speaker in international seminar, Psychological Safety in the Perspective of Indigenous Psychology. Thank you very much, Professor Rachel Kim. Thanks for your share knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Rachel. The second certificate will be Professor Dr. and the certificate will be presented for Dr. Eric and Professor
Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Dahlan. The certificate presented to Professor Dr. Dahlan as international seminar speaker with the theme Psychological Safety in the Perspective of Indigenous Psychology. Thanks once again to Professor Dahlan.
Thank you very much, Pak Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you. The third certificate will be given to Dr. Keamanan Surya from the certificate will be presented to Dr. Keamanan. Screen.
Thank you for Dr. Cipnapa Huan Surya. This certificate presented to Dr. Cipnapa Huan Surya as international seminar speaker with the theme Psychological Safety in the Perspective of Indigenous Psychology. Thank you, Dr. Cipnapa.
Thank you ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. The fourth certificate will be given to Mr. Pusma from Netherlands. The certificate will be presented to
Thank you very much, Mr. Dirk Bursma. This certificate presented to Mr. Dirk Bursma as international seminar speaker with the theme Psychological Safety in the Perspective of Indigenous Psychology. Thanks, Mr. Dirk Bursma.
Thank you.
Okay. The last certificate will be given to Dr. Surya, psychologist from Indonesia. The certificate will be presented by Dr. Dr. Eric and Dr. Mustahil and explain our.
Thank you very much to Dr. Wistari as a speaker and also as a dean. This certificate presented to Dr. Wistari L. Mangunjaya, psychologist, as international seminar speakers with theme Psychological Safety in the perspective of indigenous psychology. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Miss Wustari. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the materials provided by the speakers. We move to the next event. Next is the presentation of video participants. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the video presentation of this international event. To the operator, screen up.
And thank you for your time to watching this presentation. Let me introduce my research team. That's me, Naila Nuraliza, and Adis Adelia, and then Ananda Intan Fadilah Yahya. We are so excited to present our research on analysis of self-efficacy measuring tool on work-life balance in Z generation that we have conducted a true investigation, and today we will be sharing our findings and insights with you. Okay, first thing first, we will discuss about research background. Our research arises the phenomenon of work-life balance in Z generation employees. Work-life balance is a condition in which employees can balance their personal and work responsibilities, which in turn can increase loyalty and productivity at work. So the phenomenon of work-life balance has a relationship with self-efficacy, which is a set of beliefs that influence individual decision-making and the action they choose. When individuals have a stable work-life balance, this has a positive impact on their psychological and emotional state, which in turn increases employee engagement. Therefore, this study was conducted to measure what items are appropriate to measure the level of self-efficacy in generation employees. And in the literature review that we have, according to the research conducted Koironisa in 2020, self-efficacy is the belief that a person is in their ability to achieve success for their performance according to the goal. A person's self-efficacy will be different from one another. Meanwhile, according to the research conducted Diptya Diswara in 2023, work-life balance is a ability of individual in a tight situation, but able to balance role of fulfill responsibilities for work, family responsibility, personal responsibilities, and in social life outside the family and work. And the research method that we use is adapted measuring tool is a self-efficacy scale compiled by Dr. James and E. Menzuk based on Albert Bandura's Stanford theory. The measurement used a Likert scale model consisting of 5 answer choices. The data collected from the measurement results were analyzed using a discriminatory power and confirmatory analysis approach. The discriminatory power was carried out to drop items that were not correlated, and confirmation is carried out to find items that the relevant to the subject in the phenomenon. Next.
Next, result and discussion. These results show that the measurement tool has sufficient validity and is reliable to identify self-efficacy among Z generation employees, so that this measurement can be relied on to identify self-efficacy among generation Z employees. Data analysis showed that each item has good discriminatory power, able to clearly distinguish between individuals with different level of self-efficacy. This signifies that all items, which include confidence, commitment, time management, priority scales, motivation, and social support, have optimal strength in the measure. Even though item 6 has a correlation below the ideal minimum value. This item is still not discarded because it has a high level of uniqueness and meets the criteria better than other items. Conclusion. This study succeeded in developing a self-efficacy measurement tool that refers to the Bandura theory with 6 items designed to evaluate the self-efficacy of Generation Z employees in the context of work. It can be concluded that the self-efficacy scale and the item used are proven to be all items that can be used to measure the level of self-efficacy. But in item 6 has a high level of uniqueness, which means that the item is the one that best describes and the measurement of self-efficacy. Study involved 136 Generation Z employees from various industry sectors. The result of the analysis show that all items had high discriminatory power, able to clearly distinguish between individuals with different levels of self-efficacy.
Okay, so that's our presentation. Hope you all get a lot of things inside. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation video of participants can be watched on Fakultas Psikologi channel, or you can click at the link in the chat room. Please don't forget to support the development of the Fakultas Psikologi channel by pressing the like, share, and subscribe buttons, and give your best comment. And then I will inform you that all papers in the seminar activity can be seen at the link in the chat room. Next, the announcement of the best article, best presenter, best methodology, and best methodology. And then there is an additional special activity for this webinar, very special from our team of Psychology of Jakarta. And then for the names mentioned are expected to start on the camera. First, for the best outstanding methodology. The certificate will be presented by Rizal Abdillah, SPC MA, to Mr. Rizal Abdillah, time explain.
Okay, thank you, Mega from the Master of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, I will read the award nomination in the following 3 categories. And the first category is from Best Methodology Award. In the first place is Naila Nur Aziza, Edis Adelia, and Ananda Intan with the title of Analysis of Self-Efficacy Measuring Tools on Work-Life Balance in Generation Z Employers. Please open your camera, Naila or the others. Okay. Okay. Congratulations from Naila. Okay, thank you. And the second methodology award. Name is Bunga Chandika and me, Rijal Abdullah. The title of Interpretative Phenomenological Study of the Meaning of Tolerance Value experienced by early adults. Ya, open your camera. Okay, thank you very much. And the third methodology award is name is Reni Wahyu Mustika, Vira Khairinisa, and Dirija Alessandra Simaloho. The title of a multicultural personality that must be owned by police member. Please attend and open your camera, Reni or Vira or Jennifer. Okay, that's all.
Okay. The next category is the best presenter, and the certificate will be presented by Riza Abdul President Art, Mr. Jel, Perspektif.
Okay, this time I will read the award nomination. It's a research paper award. Apologize, best research video are Adira Trevitria, Muhammad Rehan Putra Damopoli, and Jihan Salsabila. Title of Tools for Measuring Academic Stress in Students Working on Daily Basis. Please attend, open your camera, Ade or Muhammad or Jihan.
Thank you for the award, sir. Sorry, I don't know why my face didn't appear on the camera.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the second research video award from Badria Milpaina, Nadifa Delonix, Andi Iliana, and Siti Triabilia, titled Theme Project Explores Preparation of Psychological Scale Body Image Scale. Yes, Badria, Nadifa, or Cindy, open your camera. Okay, that's all. And then the third research video award. Third research video award from Fiona C.A. Ugui, Irda Ronggo Pratama, and Zevanya Veronica Sinaga, entitled Theme of Analysis of Social Anxiety Using Tools for Social Media X Users. Please attend, open your camera, Fiona, Irda, or Stefania.
Thank you for the award.
Okay, that's all.
And then for the best now for the best category for the best paper, the certificate will be presented by Mr. Rizal Abdullah, Mr. Rizal, and Mr.
I will read the award nomination for Best Research Paper Award. First place, Bunga Cantika and me, Rijal Abdullah. Sorry, be late. Okay, Bunga Cantika and me, Rijal Abdullah. Title of Interpretative Phenomenological Study of the Meaning of Tolerance Values Experienced by early adult. Please open your camera again. Okay, thank you. And the second research paperwork from Reniwani Mustika, Pira Khairulisa, and Jeja Agnisanda Sihalo. Title of a multicultural personality that must be owned by police members. This and then again, Reni, Pira, or Jeja. Open your camera. Okay, thank you. And the third research paperwork. The third research paperwork from Faizaliza Asila Gunawan, Nurin Nabila, and Selvia Puspita Dewi. Name abuse of authority in the police world. This and then Faizaliza, Nurin, or Selvia. Open your camera. Okay, thank you. Congratulations for the all winner in the international seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rizal, and congratulations to the speaker, and energy presenter. And then the best question from the participant is for Catherine from University of Bayangkara, Jakarta. Congratulations to Catherine for the best question from the participant. Once again, I inform you to all participants, all articles and videos of participants will be published on the website and channel. You can check the link in the chat room. The next series of this event is photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, are expected to turn on the camera. The photo session will be carried out by the operator according to instruction. Wait for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your camera and use the virtual now.
Foto session saya munculkan.
Ya.
Dari mana bisa?
Okay. The photo session will be carried out by the operator according to my instruction. Please smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. Alhamdulillah, we have reached the end of the event. Many thanks to the speakers, moderators, and participants who have listened to the event from beginning to the end. Hopefully, much knowledge can be obtained to be applied in everyday life. Let us and our series of this webinar activities today with a priority. The priority will be read by Mr. Rizal to Mr. Rizal and Mr.
Yeah, thank you for the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, preaching of virtue. Ladies and gentlemen, Let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international seminar can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to its your belief. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Oh Allah, the most merciful. Today, August 14, 2024, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring up an international seminar on the Faculty of Psychology, University of Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya. The theme is Psychological Safety in the Perspective of Indigenous Psychology. Make this international as a useful silent assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. Mighty conference we organize today benefit to our lead, broaden our knowledge, sign our ideas, and lead us to the successful, productive person, which in turn will dignity of our needs. O Allah, the most wise, guide and bless our hearts and our mind with the light of your guidance, impart your supreme wisdom of our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. O Allah, the all-protecting one, please protect us from unintended temptation, so as the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally, so as and make it clear the bad thing and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
Thank you for this lecture. For all participants, the attendance is now available in the chat room. Don't forget to capture our international webinar as the pro lecture film. I am the committee in charge of public test for annual school. Thank you. I will close this webinar. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mega.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Mega. Thank you, Mega. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bapak yang disertai. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
When you hold me, kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing.
Apologize ya. Jadi tadi Lestari bangun nggak apa-apa kan pertama. Bukan, itu paman saya yang saya sangat cintai. Jadi in my memory, we died.
You're my sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all. I just wanna see. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow. No matter how far. If life is a movie, oh, you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, best part.
It's the sunrise and those brown eyes, yes. You're the one that I desire. When we wake up and then we make love, it makes me feel so nice. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the Tylenol I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine of my life. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, then you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, best part. If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you?
Bu Neti, Bu Sari.
If you love me, won't you say something? You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide. You know you want me, so don't keep saying our hands are tied. You claim it's not in the cards, and fate is pulling you miles away and out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide that you're my destiny? What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine. Nothing could keep us apart. You be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. So why don't we rewrite the stars? Or maybe the world could be ours tonight.
You think it's easy? You think I don't wanna run to you, yeah. But there are mountains, and there are doors that we can walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all. No one can rewrite the stars. How can you say you'll be mine? Everything keeps us apart, and I'm not the one you were meant to find. It's not up to you, it's not up to me. When everyone tells us what we can be, and how can we rewrite the stars? Say that the world can be ours tonight.
All I want is to fly with you. All I want is to fall with you. So just give me all of you. It's not impossible. Say that it's possible. How do we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine, and nothing can keep us apart. 'Cause you are the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. Why don't we rewrite the stars? Changing the world to be ours.
You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide. but I can't have you. We're bound to break and my hands are tied.
Finding ways to articulate the feeling I'm going through. I just can't say I don't love you, 'cause I love you. Yeah, it's hard for me to communicate the thoughts that I hold, but tonight I'm gonna let you know. Let me tell the truth. Baby, let me tell the truth. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. You're scared to be lonely, especially in the night. I'm scared that I'll miss you. Happens every time. I don't want this feeling. I can't afford love. I try to find reason to pull us apart. It ain't working, 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, it'll never change my mind. 'Cause baby, I would die for you. I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah.
I'm finding ways to stay concentrated on what I gotta do. Baby, boy, it's so hard on you. And yes, I'm blaming you. And you know I can't fake it now or never. And you insinuating that you think we might be better. Better me and you. Yeah, I know you do. You know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. It ain't working, 'cause you're perfect, and I know you.